volunteers are here to assist you or provide headsets for translation if you need it.
take your seats. Please take your seats. We will begin shortly. If you do not have a seat, please move to the back. There's also overflow seating outside. Okay, we're going to get started. Good morning, distinguished guests. On behalf of the Institute of Regional and International Studies, or IRIS, it's a real pleasure to welcome you to this year's Sulaimani Forum. We're honored to have you with us, and it's really good to see so many friends and colleagues in the crowd. For those of you who may not know us well, IRIS is a policy research center based here in the U.S. We collaborate with universities around the world to share our belief that policymaking in Iraq and the region must be grounded in rigorous, locally led research. A very quick word of thanks. This forum is truly a university-wide effort. So many of our staff, students, faculty play a big role in the success of today, and I'm very, very thankful. And that includes also our local sponsors, our international partners, and our protocol institutes. Hey, logistic compliance is really important. Access not only to the business partners, moderators will not take any questions from the floor. You have to submit through the app. A bit on the format, in addition to the plenary sessions here, we also have roundtables outside. These will happen in the afternoon and evening on both days. Please check the agenda for details.
Bash and Sabah al-Khair. Distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends, good morning. Welcome to the 9th Sulaimani Forum. It's a great honor to host you here at the American University of Iraq Sulaimani, especially on such a beautiful day. The Sulaimani Forum is what Kaghoshar Zebari, I like to make eye contact with Kaghoshar, right here. The Sulaimani Forum is what Kaghoshar Zebari once called the Davos of the Middle East, a place where we gather, not in some faraway capital, but right here to confront our region's challenges directly. That was your description at the very first Sulaimani Forum back in 2013. How prescient. The Suli Forum, as we call it, is a rare place, is a rare space for open, policy-driven dialogue in a region that needs more of it. And there is a reason it happens here at AUIS. Let me tell you a bit about who we are. AUIS is a bold experiment that has worked. Built on the American liberal arts model, we offer an education grounded in critical thinking, civic responsibility, and academic freedom. Our students come from every province and region of Iraq, and increasingly from neighboring countries, not just to earn degrees, but to engage, to question, and to lead. We're proud of our alumni, many of whom serve in public office, launch startups, and advocate for justice. You may actually know some of them because they work for you. What makes AUIS unique is also what makes it resilient. We are independent, nonpartisan, and not for profit. And we are committed not to just building a better university, but to building a better Kurdistan and a better Iraq. One example of that commitment is our cultural research platform, Kashkol, a space for storytelling, memory, and imagination. Through oral histories, poetry, publications, and exhibitions, Kashkol preserves the voices of communities often erased from the record. Initiatives like Shangal Lives and Mosul Maqam defy terrorism through culture. And we're sharing that heritage with the world by translating Mahwi and Nali into English. And I mustn't forget Shahrazai Talabani too. Let me also highlight IRIS, our Center for Research and our host, the organizer of this forum. IRIS has earned a reputation for tackling Iraq's toughest issues, from the intersection of climate change and conflict to improving Iraq's investment climate. I'm biased, of course, because I'm proud to have been IRIS's inaugural fellow. I'm also excited to share some new initiatives that will deepen our impact here at AUIS. The launch of a new energy center, a state-of-the-art AI lab, preparing our students for the economies of tomorrow, and the training of the first ever Kurdish large language model, ensuring our language and culture are part of the digital future. Academic excellence, community impact, and alumni leadership. These are the pillars of our work here at AUIS. This year's forum will tackle both urgent and long-term challenges, navigating a shifting geopolitical landscape, strengthening the economies of Iraq and Kurdistan, and preparing for elections ahead. In closing, AUIS and the Sulaimani Forum reflect a shared vision, a vision where universities serve society, where learning fuels leadership, and where dialogue is the first step toward real solutions. That vision is rooted in the best American-style education. That vision was brought to life here in Sulaimani by our founder, Dr. Barham Saleh, whom I'm very honored to invite to the podium. Dr. Barham, thank you very much.
بخير بن بنای خوای گەورە بەخێر بێن بۆ دیداری سلێمانی بە دیدارتان شادی لە سلەیمانی شاری ڕۆشنبیری مەڵبەندی داهێنان و پێکەوە ژیان
coexistence
نیشتیمان پەروەری
and patriotism.
دەولەت ڕئیس
His Excellency, the dear brother
محەممەد شیع السودانی
Muhammad
الأخ العزيز
برای بەڕێزمان سەرۆک وەزیران
رئيس الإقليم الحكم شيربان بارزاني
و برای عزیزمان بەڕێز
سماحة السيد الحكيم أصحاب
سەرۆک
المعالي
نەچیروان بارزانی
سيادة الكاردينال وضيوفنا الأكارم من مختلف أنحاء الأرض
from all over Iraq and also the region.
شرف كبير
It's an honor for me
زملائنا
and for my colleagues at AYS to be able to host the 9th Suli Forum.
هذا الملتقى
This forum that became, it's an annual event that is many of our decision makers and entities and decision makers meet every year to talk about the matters of our countries and its developments. This time is a unique time in history because there are many challenges that is facing us, and at the same time there are many opportunities that we can develop our reality to the next phase and step. The big changes that happened in Syria and in the region, and the discussion that started just now between the United States and Iran, and also the developments in Turkey and about the Kurdish situation. These are massive opportunities to move from the risk situation and wars and challenges to a new reality for our countries and our people, in order to have more development and more job opportunities for our youth, and to apply and to provide a free and dignified life. And these are the results of many years of conflict and wars and conflict between countries and societies. And now, as the time has come for us to move into a new phase of our life and our time, this also is an insurance, because despite our differences, we're still able to converse and to have discussions and to come together. It's a great opportunity to have such decision makers and officers from different entities and obligations to come together. And we have one common ground, which is discussions and talks and conversations for a better future. I would like to thank everyone who has contributed to make this forum happen, from IRIS, from AYS, and from the Kurdistan region government, and also the federal government of Iraq, and also the sponsors and funders of the university, in the private sector, the government of Kurdistan region, and Mr. Nechervan Barzani, and also the Prime Minister from Baghdad, from federal Iraq, came here and to make this event a success. Here, I would like that we would like to be able to be a factor in the changes of the life and of the youth. لن أكرر جميع ما قلته باللغة الإنجليزية. أهلا وسهلا بكم في ملتقى السليمانية.
And many people dismissed it as a mere dream, has become a reality. This American University of Iraq has become an important hub for development, empowering our young people for making a contribution to the society and being part of making Iraq, Kurdistan, and this region a better place than what we had inherited in the past. This would not have been possible without the generous support of the United States government, without the generous support of the Kurdistan regional government, and I want to especially mention my dear brother Kagne Chervan and others, as well as many in the private sector who have helped us make this. This is the heart of the Middle East. This is a place unique. This is where ideas are exchanged. This is a place where we can debate our differences, talk about our issues, our challenges, our difficulties, but yet look to the future and chart a new course for the history of our region. Again, I'm honored that you are here, and it's wonderful that last night we had snow on the mountains. It's quite unique to have snow in April. I consider this to be a good omen. With that, I want to invite His Excellency, the Prime Minister of Iraq, Mohammed Shia al-Sudani, to deliver his keynote address and to engage in a conversation with Nina al-Uraibi, our board member and the senior journalist who is well known to all of you. دولة الرئيس.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear attendees, peace be upon you all. Good morning to you all. I'm happy to be among you today in this forum in Sulaimani, the city of beauty and heritage and culture and history and honorable history that stood against the dictatorship of the previous regime. Sulaimania today, just like the other cities of Kurdistan region and the governorates of Iraq, it lives in a very risk-free situation and increase in security and more development and in a way and in a path that all Iraqis works towards to reach the outcomes and the results that we are honored by today. We were very happy from day one to have the responsibilities to work towards a very important objective to have Iraq to become number one. So our top priority is the Iraqi citizen in every way of our motivations and willingness to move forward and to move further. And with this belief, we started the model of this government in the 2.5 years that we've had in the responsibility and monitoring and designing for completing the objective of the government. Our society and citizens saw a lot of difficulties and challenges, decades of conflict, and everything from the crises that we saw and experienced, and the dictatorship, and also the economic situations that we went through, and also the accumulation of all of these challenges and all of the financial policies, the wrongful financial policies and economic policies. And that's why on this very important historic day, this is the second half of the 21st century, and our country is moving towards with a unique success story. In every Iraqi city, there is a workshop, a service workshop, and a developing workshop that is being conducted. And we have a long way to go, true, but we are happy with the achievements that we've had, and we're working towards completing our work and to invest our efforts in our objective, which is the Iraqi citizen. And for that reason, we've have prioritized the empowerment of youth with a special care and attention to gain more skills, and we have a lot of entrepreneurship platforms and also supporting the SMEs. This is a treasure that we have to harvest. Our youth is the weapon that we will use for the future. By digital transformation and empowerment and development in all different sectors, governance, and so on, we can develop our citizens and their skills, and we have thousands of scholarships that are being provided to our students in order to gain more skills and more knowledge, and also to have more opportunities outside of the public sector. And that's why also the infrastructure projects we've started in all of these cities in Iraq, and the services for the roads and bridges and the new buildings has provided and increased. And also we've worked on water and sanitation and infrastructure for that as well in the last 3 years, and we launched many residential projects, especially for residential cities and buildings, and to have a better livelihood for our citizens. And for us, it's our responsibility that we should not have any delayed projects in this government, and we have decreased the number of delayed projects from previous years to become for less than 558 projects, less than that. And in front of all of these projects, and at the top were projects of health, education, and that needed more attention, especially building more stations for electricity and plants and resources, and also for new renewable energies and solar projects, and also for the oil exploration and extraction as well. That's why we need now more development in the sector, and also imports of goods. And that's why we are going towards having zero emission of carbon in our oil extractions. And with all of that, we see that the duty and the responsibility and accountability is an opportunity to serve our society, and because we are a government of services. And this is a coordination between the citizens and the government. It starts with providing services because this is our duty that we're proud of, and in all of the system, in all of the governmental system. And in order to have the competition, the policy competitions, in order to avoid any conflict in politics, and to move away from any conflict or competition between parties, in order to be able to face the challenges together and to work together as one and united, and to have more civil rest and safety. And because there are some entities who are trying to gain political power and political position based on this. And also, we should move away and avoid any kind of political positioning based on civil unrest or gaining benefit on that level. And we have to follow the governmental policies and hierarchy, and we should not disregard that in any case. The government is aware of all of the challenges, and they are ready in advance for it. But we're supporting that, and in order to have sustainability in the services that we provide. And that was not a response to some political situation, but that was because it's a governmental duty and responsibility, and the justice for the civilians and citizens. And that was because that was a result of all of the wrongful actions from previous governments. Iraq needs a lot of reform and inclusive reform to have more stability in the revenues, especially to have more security, sustainable security in the country, and to have different powers that are it's politically correct, and to have more and a better governance of the country, especially whether it's with policies or with actions. Especially, we have some challenges in the economic situation and stability. We need to have further work in many sectors that we have worked. These are some structural and organizational reform. We started from especially reform in the banking system, and this is a factor and a reason for a more stability, especially in the investment sector, and also to invest the international experience and expertise, and to move away from any corruption and to a misuse of the treasures of Iraq, and to have Iraq to follow up and to keep up with the international level. The reform is to reach all of the poor, let's say, groups of society, and also the families, to include them in social security and social insurance. This is what is we're working on reform, economic reform sector, and especially to increase the customs, 128% increase on taxes on customs, and that will lead to more revenue, more non-oil revenue, and on the regional level. Despite the challenges and the conflict that goes back for tens of decades, Iraq was away from these conflicts, but actually, Iraq became a station for stability, and also became a factor in increasing stability between countries. And this is we had many standings and situations with countries, especially our position and stand in the Palestinian case and matter, where we stood beside the Palestinians, and also supported the idea of their countries, and also to deny or to all of that situation. So it's true that we have had a lot of challenges also in climate change, and to face the fluctuations that are happening in global markets. And Iraq has worked on a lot of sectors, especially agriculture and food security, and to have self-production or self-sufficient production. And we've done a lot of work to have a strong country and a system that is accountable in an economy that is looking towards diversity and to sustainability. And Iraq is ready to become a partner and also a contributing entity for stability in the region. Once again, I would like to thank you and thank the AYS, and to my brother, Dr. Burham Saleh. Thank you very much for this invitation, and peace be upon you again. Thank you.
روج باش، صباح الخير، أهلا وسهلا بجامعتنا. أتشرف أني على مجلس أمناء هذه الجامعة العريقة.
I am honored
أيضا
to be
أتشرف
standing here in
بإدارة
this
هذه الجلسة مع سيد رئيس
honorable
الوزراء.
university, to be with the Prime Minister.
حضرتك الآن طرقت إلى مواضيع
Your
كثيرة
Excellency actually mentioned so many
ومشكوركم عليه.
important issues. I would like to ask you,
الدولة القوية
you have mentioned a strong government. What is the most important and powerful challenges that facing the government, especially in these situations? Thank you very much. Actually, I did not mention so many important cases, and actually tried so hard to include all important cases during this forum. Powerful states the power of the institution according to the constitution that look to protect the right of everyone, because as I mentioned, during a long history and long years with armed conflict and wars, and after that starting a new political system, the Iraqi people suffer a lot during 4 decades. And when we are looking and searching and thinking about the wrong politics, sometimes we are feeling so bad, because sometimes the Iraqi people lost the confidence with the political system as a system tried to provide honorable life. So we are seeking to know how we are able to get this confidence again and to respect the rights of the Iraqi people with different components. You mentioned the political system as the advantages of new political system in Iraq. It is actually the things we're proud of. So that's you have actually dated the date of general election. Will you participate in this upcoming election? Well, at least some of our guests will vote for you. Well, always there are some questions and have been new alliance before the election, but Iraqi voters sometimes, as a result of sometimes the result of election not lead to forming new government. So that's why we are witnessing that the rate of the vote are actually decreasing every time. As you mentioned, the Iraqi have the confidence with the states and also the confidence with the political system because it will lead to have a powerful and a strong government. We set the date of election and we are commitment with that to provide what we need to have and undergo the election is the first point. Second point, the process to overcome the or to encourage the Iraqi individual to participate in the voting system. It's not to recycling is the failure of the projects because it will not bring anything new for the Iraqi people. So I can say that this government and with the support of a national political parties were able to provide positive message to the Iraqi people that there is a project, a reform project. Today's election is not just only an election, it's an opportunity to support the reform project. We, as a speaker, we are ready for our political system to accomplish what we have started, and we can mention our accomplishment and the effort we made it. So that's why our next project will complete this work, our work with our partners, political partners. So that's why the active participation of citizens is actually a very important factor to achieve the change we seek. So you will participate in the election with the same alliance. Well, in the coming days there will be new alliances, and we will announce it. The relations between Baghdad and Kurdistan region, you mentioned it, and you made effort. How you evaluated or assessing the relations between Baghdad and Kurdistan region for the first time? These relations between Baghdad and Erbil goes from discussion with political impression to a technical and logistic discussion. Sometimes we are disagree about some points, but with an atmosphere filled with will to overcome the challenges and find a solution for the issue. So that's why we were able to overcome so many challenges. I working with official here in Kurdistan region with the different components in because they are our real partner in this path to build our state and confronting so many different challenges that face our country during the last years. We were talking for a long years about the gas and petroleum law, but now there is an idea and election campaign. Do you think it is you will be able to accomplish this project? Well, at the beginning, we were discussing this proposal law on the political and technical stages. The petrol and gas proposal law is actually, I consider this well a well for all Iraqi, as you could be a useful economic source for everyone directly and indirectly. So we need to distribute the authorities and providing a good environment for more investment, because Iraq is the second country, and OPEC is necessary to have legitimate basic to support this sector and to be able to use this source in better way. Unfortunately, the situation that we have faced recently, actually, it was an obstacle to pass the proposal law. So you will work so hard to pass this proposal law. So we are working seriously to provide whatever need to pass the draft. As I mentioned, we form a political and technical committee, and there were so many sessions, but it has stopped. We hope to begin. What about Hashd Shabi proposal law? Actually, it's a very important topic because those forces actually fought and sacrifice, and repeating our program for so many times, because the problems about the relations between citizen and political party, it's about our promises, because when we form the government, we forget our promises. But with this government, we were honestly working to implement our program, and we were targeting our citizens to reorganize security institutions, especially with those institutions that were working without specific laws. So it was only 2 lines. So now it is the right time to work, and we form a committee to reform our security institution, to organize it in a better way. So this project organizes the structures and clarifies the goals and draws the reality of working of those institutions, and it was studies efficiency with the states, and we had a discussion in our ministry council, and it was sent to the parliament to have a first reading, and the second law is the right of those fighters and the advantages, because they were working without advantage, without rights, and making efforts to protect our stability and our security. So the law will go, especially in this period of parliament, will go through the parliament, but there are also disagreement about the way of passing this proposal of law. How will we be able to overcome these gaps, especially we are going to have a new elections? Well, so far there is no an objection from the political party, and the importance of reorganizing is security institution. And opposite is very important, and it's an institutionalized project. And I repeat, those security institutions are the part of our security system, and taken its order from the general leader, and sometimes there are some notes, so we should go toward those laws that organize these institutions. And if there is any notes, we are able to discuss it and go to parliament to discuss it and answering the fear. And I believe unfortunately, this effort ex- try to draw a full image about the information that we have because we have a committee of defense. We voted already on two laws, national agencies. So security situation in Iraq, do you think you need of foreign forces? Well, the security situation is very good, and thanks for God. And it's not came from the empty. We actually made so many huge effort with our different components, but this government started with a clear program to keep this continuity of security, and we have witnessed a stability and a big ability on planning on a planning stage and in our work with our international alliance. It was about training and exchanging information to tackle with the terrorist group and finally arresting Abu Khadija. So it was according to our government, as a program of our government, to reorganize these relations, and we started the dialogue and conversation, and we have mentioned that Iraq into 2023 and 2024 is not the Iraqis that we had it in 2014 when we asked international support. It's the time to organize these relations. Having 86 country under the title of international alliance. Actually, it is something need to reorganize it. So we have a deep conversation for 7 months, and we reach an agreement to organize this mission in 2 years, which included in September 2025 and 2026. And we after that we started our conversation and discussion with each country, with United States, and we have passed a first stages, and we started a second stage during my visit to UK. We signed a co-security statement, and the same thing with the French. And now there are new updates, especially what happened in Syria. Of course, we are watching and monitoring ISIS activity, which grew, especially recently, and we are having a conversation and discussion with the international alliance to confront those threats. So we say Iraq is the original members in international alliance, and we will continue working with international effort to confront the terrors. You mentioned the developments that happened recently in Syria. Those development means that Iraq needs the staying of international alliance till 2026. Actually, we are not talking about the troops. We are talking about counselor and the military, and Iraqi military bases. And as I mentioned, that we have understanding with international alliance, and we will take our next step is Iraq will host Arabic summit the next month. So what is your priority? What are your priorities? It is a very important event because, as you know, Iraq hosted so many dialogues and conversation, hosting the leaders and the Arab leaders and presidents in a very important and sensitive stages in the history in this region. We will not only hosting, but we will play our active role to design a different position toward different cases, economically, security, and we are working 24 sevens, which ensures that Iraq is coming back to international ground. Syrian President Ahmed Sharo was welcomed for the summit. Yes, actually, we sent him an invitation, and he's welcome to be here and take a part in this Arabic summit. How do you describe the relations between Iraq and the Arabic states? Actually, the Iraqi role depend on the balanced policy to build relations with Arabic states, and we have a unique relations with Gulf states. We have economic partnership, especially with energy project. At the same time, we have a bilingual relations with Egypt and Jordan, and also economical project. Today, we are actually really concerned and watching the situation in Syria, and we are supporting all efforts. We are not a part of the conflicts, and actually it is a balanced policy, and also a part of prioritizing the cases that's important for our country and states. I would like to ask you about the recent developments that you mentioned in your speech, especially the discussions that's going on between Iran and USA. How these transformations between Iran and USA affects Iraq, because actually Iraq recently has its own initiative. Okay, this direct and indirect discussion actually is related to those countries, but actually it affects the whole region and the country of this region, and because of our relations between those two countries, we were able to push and make efforts to have a discussion and avoid the escalation which affects the stability of the region. So we officially and formally welcomed the first round of this meeting and discussion, and we encourage it to be an honest discussion and have a fruitful outcome which affect positively all countries in the region to have a permanent stability. Your relations with USA, especially here we are an American university, how you describe it, the relations, especially with the new American administration? We actually, on so many different occasions, we have mentioned that this relation is a strategical relation, and we are eager to develop this relation through a strategical frame agreement to have a security there, working so hard, and we have the huge spaces in so many cases. We are able to take part, and a few days ago we had some senators and some USA American companies who visited Iraq recently, and we had communication with so many different stages, and we are eager to develop this relation and facing different challenges. My last question, and we are here in the American University in front of our students and other Iraqi users, about the Iraqi youth, especially those who are actually pessimistic. What is your message to the Iraqi youth? Well, it's clear that the outcome of the general census that we committed, we found out that the youths of Iraq are actually having the higher number, and the youth are actually the foundation of the Iraqi to face these upcoming challenges. So that's why I say to our youth that they are a brave one, sacrificed, who were present to have the right in many different sectors as they sacrifice and fight to have stability. At the same time, they are having now an important position to build or rebuild our country, because we have a huge opportunity, of course, with challenges, but with those opportunity, we will have a developed country to have an honorable life for everyone. Thank you very much, Mr. His Excellency Prime Minister. Thank you very much for your times.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
شكرا جزيلا سيد رئيس الوزراء. والآن ننتقل
The plenary address. We now welcome to the stage President of the Kurdistan region of Iraq, His Excellency Neshirvan Barzani. بيانيتان باش برئيس جنابي محمد شياع السوداني سروك وزيران العراق
Sudani Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Iraq, esteemed attendees, honored guests, good morning. You are all warmly welcomed. It's with great pleasure that I join you at this conference in the cherished and historic city of Sulaimani. Sulaimani has consistently served as a beacon of intellectual thought, cultural diversity, political pluralism, and a stronghold of patriotism. The Sulaimani Forum has evolved into a significant forum for dialogue and exchange of perspectives on both regional and international matters. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to my friend Dr. Barham Saleh, as well as all the organizers of this conference and the American University of Iraq Sulaimani. And special thanks for my dear brother Dr. Bilal Wahab for this is for the first time that this forum is being held, and he's the president of this university. I wish him all the success. I am confident that this conference will be productive in enhancing discussion on pertinent issues and fostering innovative solutions to address the challenges at hand. Ladies and gentlemen, today's conference is set against a backdrop of significant geopolitical shifts that are reshaping international relations and may either both regional and global dynamics. Ongoing conflicts in regions such as Ukraine and Gaza, along with intensifying economic competition among other major powers, will undoubtedly influence our region. Concurrently, the world is grappling with shared challenges, particularly in the realm of climate change, which poses threat to food security, migration, terrorism, and various other issues that impact the present and the future of humanity. The effects are starkly evident in numerous regions of Iraq, where countless individuals have been compelled to relocate due to water scarcity. In the Kurdistan region, we recognize the critical need for international collaboration and coordination to tackle these pressing challenges. We assert that the global community must embrace its collective responsibility in addressing issues that are vital to all of humanity. In the face of numerous challenges, it's encouraging to witness positive strides towards peace in the region. The developments in Turkey aimed at fostering peace represent a significant historical opportunity. We wholeheartedly endorse and support these efforts. This moment presents a chance to enhance stability in the region and to embark on a new era of constructive collaboration that will benefit all nations involved. Peace embodies strength, and seeking peace is the path of those who with strong convictions. In peaceful environment, there are no losers. Everyone stands to gain, and the nations with the region will thrive. The influence of peace surpasses that of all conflicts. The Kurds and the people of Kurdistan are inherently peaceful. Wherever there has been a hint of peace, the people of Kurdistan has embraced it with optimism. It is essential for every political organization in Kurdistan to recognize and uphold the aspiration of the people of Kurdistan. It's promising to see that all parties in Kurdistan are united in their call for a peaceful resolution to the Kurdish issue in Syria and have made significant strides towards consolidating their demands. We are hopeful that in collaboration with the Syrian government, they can create a democratic Syria that upholds the rights of all nations and communities, serving as a pillar of stability for the region. The Syrian government must ensure representation for all communities within the country without bias, safeguarding the rights of everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kurdistan region has consistently demonstrated its role as a catalyst for peace and stability, and it is well positioned to contribute positively to enhancing security and peace in the region. We reiterate our commitment to this role by fostering strong relationship with neighboring nations and the international community, grounded in mutual interest, unity, and shared interests. We firmly believe in the interdependence of the Kurdistan region, Iraq, and the surrounding countries in promoting stability, sustainable development across all sectors. Collaborative efforts between the Kurdistan region and Iraq, as well as with neighboring nations, present a significant opportunity to address the challenges and achieve peace through diplomacy and dialogue, paving the way for a brighter present and future for the people and the nation of the region. The advancement of the Kurdistan region as an integral part of Iraq is contingent upon Iraq's stability, and the progress of the Kurdistan region serves as a considerable asset for Iraq. The last century has unequivocally demonstrated that the disregard and the rejection of the rights of the Kurds and the people of Kurdistan region have led to ongoing conflicts, chaos, destruction, suffering, and stagnation in the region. History has imparted a crucial lesson, that is, the ineffective efforts to erase a nation of millions in the Middle East from its homeland will not foster peace and stability. Instead, such actions will perpetually expose the region to their consequences and uncertainties. In light of this painful history, it's imperative that we now address this issue with seriousness. We share this region in a spirit of unity, solidarity, and mutual respect. Let us reach out with the gestures of friendship and work towards achieving enduring peace through collaboration and harmonious coexistence. This peace will pave the way for a promising future for both the current and the future generation of all the people in this region, transforming it into a regional hub for the world and humanity. To achieve this goal, In all nations where Kurds coexist with other ethnic groups, we share a rich history spanning thousands of years. There exist favorable opportunities and consideration. Depending on the specific circumstances, environment, and characteristics of this country, it's essential to address issues through dialogue, mutual understanding, and peaceful means. This approach will facilitate the resolution of conflicts and foster lasting peace and stability. The Kurds represent one of the largest ethnic groups in the region. With the establishment of peace, the Kurdish contribution to regional development will significantly enhance, leading to greater strength for the countries within the region. Ladies and gentlemen, in the Kurdistan region, we reaffirm our steadfast dedication to the Iraqi constitution as the foundational framework governing our relationship with the federal government. We hold that the constitution, with its core principles of federalism, pluralism, and participation, serves as a genuine safeguard for the rights of all Iraqi communities, free from discrimination. With thanks and gratefulness on the efforts of the Prime Minister, His Excellency Prime Minister Mohammed Shah al-Sudani, for his efforts, we have witnessed notable advancement in addressing the challenges between Erbil and Baghdad. Mr. Sudani's commitment to fostering partnerships and mitigating conflict is a right and constructive approach. I would like to stress the importance of promptly implementing the law concerning the reinstitution of property and reactivating the committee responsible for executing Article 140 of the Iraqi Constitution. We remain committed to engaging in a productive dialogue with the federal government of Iraq in a sustainable resolution to all matters, ensuring that all the interests of Iraq and all the communities are upheld within safeguarding the constitutional rights of every individual. My fellow Kurdistanis, ladies and gentlemen, given the current circumstances and the challenges facing the region, it's imperative for the Kurdistan Parliament to commence its session. To this end, the primary responsibility of both KDP and PUK and the parties that did secure victory in Kurdistan Parliament election is to expedite the formation of a new cabinet for the Kurdistan region. This government must meet the expectation of its citizens and effectively address the ongoing development and challenges. On this occasion, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the people of Halabja on the ascension of the city to a province. And I am grateful and assure them His Excellency the Prime Minister, who has done all his efforts to ensuring that Halabja become a governorate. And I assure them that we are committed to seizing this opportunity to serve Halabja and its residents to the best of our abilities. And at the end of conclusion of my speech in Sulaimani, and I would like, on behalf of all the participants, congratulate Iraq and Duhok football club that they have won the match. And on behalf of everyone, I congratulate them. I hail them, and they are a source of pride, and we are very proud of them. Thank you very much, and thanks for everyone.
Thank you, President Barzani. Please welcome His Excellency Mohammed Al-Hassan, Special Representative for Iraq and the Head of United Nations Assistance Mission for Iraq.
Sudani, His Excellency the President of Kurdistan Region, Nichirvan Barzani,
There is no translation? دولة رئيس مجلس الوزراء
His Excellency Prime Minister of Iraq, Mohammed Shia al-Sudani, His Excellency President of the Kurdistan Region, Nichirvan Barzani, His Excellency Dr. Burham Saleh, Chairman of the University Board, Mr. Ammar Hakim, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, dear brother Bilal al-Abhani, peace be upon you all. I join you in the proceedings of Sulaimani Forum on behalf of the Secretary General of the United Nations, who extends his sincere wishes to all participants. For you, he wishes a very in-depth dialogue, very constructive and fruitful on the Middle East and in the global order and changing global order in Iraq as well. Both now and in the future. Allow me to also take this opportunity to express our appreciation to the sponsors of the Sulaimani Forum, in particular His Excellency Dr. Burham Saleh and Dr. Bilal as well, and especially for his direct patronage of the forum and for the general facilitation that has enabled the broad participation, especially in this very historic city of Sulaimania. Ladies and gentlemen, based on the quote of Dr. Wishar Zibari, I also, agree with him. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, in the Middle East, we have a grown custom to beginning our remarks with the declaration and also a statement that we are living in unprecedented times. Yet, in the past few years, there has been indeed a particularly heavy and difficult time for the Middle East and its people, in every sense of the word, and unfortunately, in every sense of the word. And this reality compels us to pose these fundamental questions. First, why is this the case? Second, is there something unique about the Middle East that sets it apart from other regions of the world? And most important question is there a pathway to change towards a Middle East that is secure and stable? These are no doubt pressing questions, but the time and space, we cannot answer them, unfortunately. And I will talk about them in English as well, for what I want to talk about. The people of Middle East are weary of war and conflict. The countries and people of Middle East are very tired and weary of war and conflict that does not end, this unraveling cycles of violence. And now, for the people of this region in Middle East to enjoy life, just like the rest of the world, and the blessings of peace, security, and stability. We're not referring solely to the Palestinian cause only, but more than 400 years of colonization and foreign occupation and injustice that has exhausted the people of this region and also created a reality, unfortunately, for people are living with this situation, unfortunately. And that has drained hope and made the prospect of escaping this cycle of violence seem very distant and, if not impossible. We've witnessed our children, the children of Iraq and Gaza, to be killed without any remorse on social media, and we've been and on TV and on our screens, and also we've seen our women and daughters, and especially like the Yazidis, to be sold like commodities by extremist groups. This should not happen. This is not comprehensible. All of these are, very hopeless, or leads to hopeless perceptions. And now, indeed, it is time for having a very sincere and determined efforts to converge towards crafting a new reality and a future that is, filled and also unleashes the potentials of peoples in this region, in Middle East, and especially the Iraq. Iraq, like any other nation in the Middle East, has endured its share of crises and conflicts because of the internal projects and agendas, and also external agendas. And Iraq has to keep it safe and safeguard its unity, and also to distance from division, discord, and fragmentations, and also to stay away from any governments that impose this on your security, your safety, from within and or externally. We have to respect all of the different components of society that is embodying the rich tapestry and also treasure of Iraq's ancient heritage. And we are the future to have a government of law and a government of possibilities, and also that will not take away the honor, the dignity of any society. Also, change is one of the norms of life, and Iraq has had many changes in its time. But with your hands and with your efforts, you can have these changes to be, more in the right direction. And also, today, we had the Prime Minister, His Excellency, was very honest that Iraq has very important points to work towards and to have reform in the future. And also, I would like to thank the Prime Minister for his remarks, and also to also agree with him regarding the different international agendas for the government to have Iraq has its role back, or to regain its role in the region. Iraq is a country of different, ethnicities, and also is built upon the society and the intentions of the government, or the goals and objectives of the government, in a way that services all of the Iraqi people, and Iraq regains its status regionally and internationally and globally. And this, governmental agenda and plan, national plan, is starting to be activated. And Iraq today is completely different from Iraq years ago. And that's why we have to keep this, these efforts and to benefit from these fruits. Countries do face challenges, but in the way of their leadership and standing side by side and working together, these challenges and these matters actually we can face together in solid ground, on solid ground, and to all benefit from the things that we accumulate together. And as the United Nations mission to Iraq was part of these sacrifices that have Iraq, dealt with, especially the United Nations Assistance Mission for Iraq UNAMI has to come to an end in Iraq because Iraq does not need such mission. Iraq needs more specific support from specific entities. And these are the things that we have to conclude our mission, the political mission in Iraq. But Iraq's journey is continuous. But we are sure and confident that the people of Iraq, they will lead the path of peace and sustainable development and strengthening the foundations of state governed by the rule of law that serves Iraqis above all else. And let us not forget that Iraq faces an important constitutional milestone later this year, which is the elections that is scheduled for November this year. This is a critical juncture. We are all working together to ensure that Iraq succeeds, and this election is conducted in the best possible manner. The success of this electoral process will be key to advancing Iraq's trajectory of reform and development. In conclusion, and not in the end, I reaffirm and reassure that Iraq does not merely need a stable region, but rather a regional stability needs an active, an open, and a cohesive Iraq. An open and at the same time together. That one plays its natural role in shaping a new regional order founded on cooperation, development. And please allow me to end my speech to mention that I got this book received from my friend and my brother here, the Cardinal Luis, and I read this book and I saw a quote and that says, "Today we do not have a future unless we live together in peace and work together as humanitarians and the country in order to find sustainable solutions by understanding and mutual grounds." And we have to talk what is the mutual between us and to be different to what is indifferent to, between us. And also, we have to look at it. God created us indifferent to come together to love one another. And that's why. And before I end my speech, I would like to also to say greetings to someone who is not here today, which I sincerely very respect, His Excellency Masoud Barzani.
Thank you, Mr. Al-Hassan. We will now move on to our next session. Joining by the TV presenter Mahmoud Al-Walwari, please join us at the podium. We now move to a one-on-one conversation with His Excellency Ammar Al-Hakim, head of the Hikma National Movement.
In the name of God. In reality, I would like to thank you before we start, if he allows me, to thank Dr. Ibrahim Saleh that built this place to become a heart and a brain, a heart that contains all of these brains, and a brain that is able to allow us to think together in a time, in a way that we have no escape but to think. And also His Excellency the Prime Minister and every excellency and attendee. But we have to come together with a new way of thinking, and especially a logical thinking and a logical policy and politics. And I will start with this pillar, if he allows me, Mr. Said Ammar Hakim, which is the regional pillar. And how can we introduce the guests when we are guests, and you are one of the people, and you know your people better than I do, and you have your standing and position in. Especially the first session of discussions between Iran and the United States has to come to an end yesterday, and I would like to give when we heard the Prime Minister saying that Iraq needs a lot of changes and conversations, and also you are a partner. What are our roles as partners in having the rule of law, especially in the inclusion of the United States and all the requirements at the same time? What we can call, different parties, entities, and the dismantling of them, and what is the Iranian perception on that? First of all, peace be upon you all. This is a very important meeting, and thank you, Dr. Ibrahim Saleh, and also greetings to His Excellency the Prime Minister, Mohammed Shia al-Sudani, and also His Excellency Nichiram Barzani, and also the Cardinal and everyone else. As you're saying, our state in Iraq, it's more than 1,500 away from the country, neighboring countries, and we have a lot of mutual, and they had a major role in removing the previous regime, and we need to have a stability and a balance between the neighbor, the brother, and also the close friend and the distant friend. So to unite these two things and these two entities was very difficult in our experience in Iraq on the last 2 decades. But continuing relationship with the two entities and parties are very important. That's why my late father, he was the first one to conduct the discussion, the first discussion between Iran and the United States in 2007, and that was the first time to ever have a conversation between the two countries. And every time there was some tension between the two countries, Iraq was the first, in line of fire, and it's important that today to witness this discussions, and also to see all these positive letters and statements between two entities. Iraq has a unique situation that both parties, if they take into consideration the red lines of each other, then I think they can get to a result and achieve a fruitful result. We don't have any other option but to discuss and to have discussions, because any other way of dealing with this will have serious consequences and precautions. And so we cannot go to war and all of this. So both entities want peace and to have peace and stability in the region, and that was the basis of our discussions And that's why in the first session of discussions, both entities, both sides had respect for some red lines. And in Iraq, based on this relationship, there is some, especially on the economic situation, the oil and gas, the Iranian oil and gas, and some of the PMF entities that had a role in the battle of, against extremist groups like ISIS, and there is no escape by the constitution. And also, the Prime Minister mentioned the rule of law, and rule of law means the constitution. And in Iraq, and when we talk about Iraq, we're not talking about Iraq for the Iraq's benefits, because Iraq's benefits comes into the benefit of the region. Even the articles of constitution, is it the constitution or is it political traditions? Because for a long time, a political tradition was ruling Iraq. For example, division or having allocations is not in the constitution, privileged allocations. So we've had some entities who were, armed and unarmed, like he means PMF. Of course, we are all, responsible for applying the law and abiding by the law. Because in order to achieve the constitution, some countries do not have the constitution, like the UK. They don't have constitution, but they have traditions. But the tradition that is a completion and a complement to the constitution, then that's fine. But authority should be should be in the hands of the government, and weapons and arms should be solely in the hands of the government. And unfortunately, previously the governmental and nation armies were not enough to protect the country, and that's why we needed these entities and these militias and armed groups, basically, in order to support the government. And some people expect that the solutions come with the dismantling or quickly, but these people, convincing these people and also to emerge them and include them in the governmental entities and bodies needs some time and procedures and processes in order to be able to achieve that. So in 2025, we've come a long way in dismantling these entities, and also to diversify them and to allocate them according to different ministries and entities. We see that the political freedom is easier than economic freedom. So, what is the why we are not having enough resources of energy? Why not having the Gulf countries to become a supporter of Iraq? And if Iraq is open and regionally open for these, and whether with Jordan or Egypt or other countries, and also the formal decision and order needs the partner's decision. Of course, I support very clearly to diversify the Iraqi resources and mutual benefits in with the Gulf countries and with the Islamic countries like Turkey, Iran, and other Gulf countries, and to having a balance in these economics aspects, just like the political aspects. I personally have a clarity why the last 2 decades we had some approval visits and we were able to extract oil from by international countries, and we had some carbon emission or gas emissions, and it was happening in front of our eyes. And why did we not take actions before and let all of these gas emissions happen? Because I asked my questions to some of the ministers who are experts on the matter. I never found the appropriate answers for that. But what is important that happened in this government, with the approvals, especially for the contracting with the international companies that needed to take into consideration the gas emissions, and we're working towards achieving that. And previously, maybe the gas lines and gas pipes between the Iran and Iraq. Yes, there were some exceptions from international entities, and especially some exceptions from the United States, which allowed us to borrow gas from Iran. Another point, Syria, the neighboring country, the brethren country, and they had the Arabic International Conference, and the topic of Syria was discussed. So the next forum will happen soon. That's why Iraq has a major responsibility in these forum. Unfortunately, as a media person, we saw as a political embarrassment for Iraq, Ahmed Shara, for example. How can we differentiate between Syria as a country and Syria as a person, or as represented as an individual? We always hear all the voices and options. Who tries to work in cooperation with Iraq needs to look at the formal occasions and cases. And Iraq, maybe they were elected or put in position of leadership by the situation and by their people. And Iraq, we had invitations to attend all these international forums. We've had some conservativeness of attending to some of these international forums. For example, the Leaders Forum for 2022. The hosting country does not have the option of who's attending or who's not attending. So the late former president, God bless his soul, Jalal Talabani, he was attending one of these international forums, Arabic forums, and in that forum he mentioned everything that happened after 2003. The elections, is there a change more than, we have just a little bit more than 6 months to do the elections. Is there any change in the law for elections? What are the elections that you would like to see as a person, as a political party leader? We've had many months to prepare and to legislate, and I have not participated in any kind of Council of Ministers and their elections. When we have an amendment to the law, especially we've had for the governorate or local elections, and if we have a specific gap or we try as the political parties to fill in that gap. The Council of Ministers were not based on this law. That's why we didn't have any gaps in that. But the local governorate level elections, there were some favoritism or nepotism in that. So we tried to, as political parties, to solve those issues. This law is about finding balance between the number of votes and also the seats available. So the law of elections should not be based upon percentages, but also about the number of seats available, and also to give each political party its own weight and value. So between in 2021, when we had the election, we had two, council of ministers seats that each of them had their own number of votes to be elected for that seat. That is not justice to have, and that is not, electoral justice that we are looking for on the long term. So. For now, having any amendments would embarrass the council of the council that is responsible for the elections and Supreme Council, and also would delay the elections. And we will try to apply the same law, and at the same time, if we have any hiccups or misconduct or gaps, then we'll try to find some resolutions and some solutions for that. There's a high competition, but I will ask you personally: do you think, do you review yourself? And I was just reading before you have the Hikmah movement. After having all these seats, you established the Hikmah movement back in 2017. Can I say something, if you allow me? What is this gap that was created between you as the political elite and the youth that sees itself that apart from you? And how do you review your own mistakes every now and then? We got in 2014, 14 seats. We are the supreme parties like Badr movement and the other movements as well. And all of these parties coming together will get more seats if they were unified. But Hikmah movement now gets the seats that they would have gotten if they were with the other parties. Now they get it alone. But of course, when if we have the need to have establishing a new entity and movement, and then and competitions, like it's just like a surgery, a medical surgery. You will feel some pain and some issues before you get better, and in that. We moved away from that level, and we're now in the rehabilitation level, and we have you're planning for 20 seats. We're planning for more than 20 seats. What do you mean by the bigger entity or the bigger movement? I've been following with this. We have a definition from the Supreme Court and Supreme Judiciary. Who gets more seats in the election or who's on top of the list gets that title. But we have had some mistakes. It means that the winners have to have some partnerships, political partnerships. If they say if the objective is more important than the political objective is no longer important as the general or the public interest. So do you think that Iraq can get to that level once again? The political situation, we have had some, positives and negatives in that, because if we have a president who has the supreme authority and can create a government, and everyone should just go home, and he would be the only one who's responsible and accountable for everything, but taking into consideration that we have many different bodies in the political aspect, and we came from a very central government, and the different political systems. For example, we have. Okay. So the circular system that is applied in more than 80 years also has some negative aspects, and that's why we are trying to become a more of a social and a unified system. That's why this name, that what is the bigger union or bigger entity that includes all of the ethnicities like Yazidis, Turkmen, and and also the list that gets the highest votes, they would be running the country, and this is the idea that we presented in 2018, and we had we had the other political bodies like Al Badr and the Union of Al Bina also involved in that, but we need the Iraqi political entities and powers to have more of a social and commission-based system.
In the election, and almost than a block after the election, maybe they will do better. Well, we had no time, but I would like to have a short statement. Mr. Hader Jabri, who criticizes Arabic mentally and describe it as a crisis, with a tribe mentality that makes the individual to think of it. Is there any plan to deal with this kind of a political disease that exists in all Arabic countries? With my appreciation to whom says this, but the tribes are exist for thousands and years in our society. Actually, we are having a problem. We have to criticize ourselves before criticizing political parties. You have so many pillars and factors encouraging the political parties to work forward, to consider that there are so many obstacles facing our work. But the main thing that the political situation is the answer of the capabilities and the abilities, how you are able to work and deal with the obstacles and situations to find the positive solutions. Thank you very much for your time and your patience. I hope you forgive us for a long time we give to do. We hope to meet you again in any occasions like this to talk about Iraq and the history of Iraq and the Kurdistan regional government. We have all successful for this government. Thank you very much for everyone. المشاركين في هذه الجلسة نود منهم أن يأتوا إلى هذه المنصة رجاءً.
Will the panelists for the first session please come to the stage? We'll begin in 2 minutes. I'd like to welcome to the stage Dr. Maria Fantapi, Badr Saif, Anne Lind, Renan Mansour, Mr. Krikor, you're in the middle. Cracker, we're going to start. We will now commence our next session. Please take your seats. We will now begin our next session. Please take your seats. Our next session is entitled The MENA Region in a Changing Global Order. Our moderator is Dr. Maria Fantapi. Dr. Maria, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Okay. So please take a seat. We will have our first session today on the MENA region in a changing global order. مرحبا شكرا على الضيوف thank you very much for having me this year. For your luck, not as a speaker, but as a moderator. And I'm particularly pleased to welcome a very excellent lineup of speakers to discuss the changing dynamics in the MENA region. We know that over the past year, you have seen in this region like unprecedented change, but over the past 2 years and a half in particular, the region has really undertaken incredible changes. We see that there are different regional projects that are competing against each other. Israel has its own way of looking at the region, Iran, a competing way of looking at the region, Turkey and the Gulf. And in all that, we have a very difficult multilateral system that is increasingly in crisis, with global actors such as the United States at a crucial time of their history in defining their role in the MENA region. So let me start by for addressing this important question by giving the floor to Victoria Taylor, who is the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Iraq and Iran, Department of State. And I would like to actually start quite concrete with you, Victoria, if I may, and ask you to give us a bit of an update on where we are. We know that the US administration, the Trump administration, has intention to restart, to give a chance to diplomacy, to restart negotiation on the nuclear deal with Iran. So if you could give us an update on what is happening and at what point we are on US-Iran nuclear negotiation, especially after the meeting in Oman.
Sure. Well, thank you, Maria. So I think we're in the very early stages. Of course, President Trump has made very clear still that the U.S. objective is to ensure that Iran has no nuclear weapon and no enrichment program. But he's also been quite clear and quite open that his interest is in resolving U.S. differences with Iran through dialogue and diplomacy. So, of course, we have had one opportunity to discuss these issues with the Iranians in Muscat over the past week. And I think this is a very positive first step. But, of course, there's a long way to go. And we know that over the course of many decades, the ability to achieve a lasting deal with Iran over the nuclear program has eluded us. But I think this first round was positive. It was constructive. And there's agreement that there will be talks in the coming days, though I have no more information about when and where. But I think over the coming talks, we expect to develop more of a framework about how we will proceed in terms of those negotiations.
Let me a little bit push you on that and ask you that one question about the framework, because President Trump has always said that he wants to deliver a better deal than the JCPOA. What type of options are for a better deal at this point?
Sure. So I think we're still in early stages and have not defined what the parameters of those negotiations will look like. And so I think the coming round of discussions will help us chart this path forward. But I think it's also important to remember that in addition to the concerns the United States has about Iran's nuclear program, we also continue to have deep concerns about Iran's destabilizing activities throughout the region, including its support for terrorism through its proxies, including the lethal plotting against dissidents overseas and former U.S. officials. And so those remain ongoing concerns. I think it's also important to note that maximum pressure is still in effect. Even as we are pursuing negotiations with Iran over the nuclear program, the president has directed the United States to seek all opportunities to deny Iran access to the revenue that it uses to really fund those nuclear activities and its support for terrorism. So the best way for Iran to get that economic relief and seek the removal of those sanctions is for it to stop the activities that caused us to put those sanctions into place.
Could a way, because maximum pressure, obviously, it has been at play, but it has also backfired at some points. I mean, it could also, in some settings, one is Iraq, strengthen certain group vis-a-vis of the government. So I wanted to just ask you maybe a question about whether there is perhaps space for a little bit less of maximum pressure and a little bit more of diplomacy, especially when it comes to a nuclear deal that could also include some of the regional actors which were first excluded from the negotiation, specifically the Gulf states.
Well, I think that really depends upon the parameters for the negotiations, but also I think it's going to depend upon the steps that Iran takes as we pursue those discussions. And of course, Iran's continued support to proxies, militias. That's a concern of not only to the United States, but we know for countries throughout the region. And again, I think the quickest way for Iran to get that economic relief is to halt those activities that cause us to put those sanctions into place.
Thank you. Let me move now to to Krikor de Hagopian, who is the Director of International Relations at the Prime Minister Office. And actually, I would like to ask you about an issue that relates to what Prime Minister Sudani has mentioned during his speech, because he spoke about the state of institution, Dawlat al-Muassasat. He spoke about also a new national pathway for Iraq foreign policy. So you have been working with the Prime Minister at the very difficult time, where Iraq is navigating this shifting geopolitical environment at the moment also where Israel has started aggressive operation across the region. Can you tell me, how have you navigate these difficult times as Iraq government, especially, for example, when some groups that are outside Iraq government control have actually taken initiatives, offensive initiatives against Israel and really threatened Iraq autonomous foreign policy. So can you give me just a quick line on how you navigate this difficult environment?
First and foremost, for Iraq to be able to project influence and to have a sound foreign policy, it needs to get its act together internally. And one of the ways to do that, and one of the essential elements of statehood, is the monopoly over the means of violence. And this was one of the elements of the government formation program, where the political parties that won the elections sat together, discussed the government program, entrusted the chief executive, the commander-in-chief, in order to progressively, condition-based DDR process in order to maintain this monopoly over the means of violence. And since the first day, the government has worked in conjunction with the political parties for the support of the Iraqi population. And to be honest, the ultimate religious authority has played a central role to this end in order to strengthen the government's hand in achieving monopoly over the means of violence. This is why since the formation of the government and up until October 7th, Iraq witnessed an unprecedented era of security and stability. What happened on October 7th was a shock, a systemic shock, that threatened Iraq and the entire region, something that was not of our own doing, but we were going to be impacted by it. Therefore, as a result, the Prime Minister, in conjunction and in close cooperation with his coalition partners, first of all, addressed this issue politically. And as far as I can see, this was one of the most important steps. Both sides, those who were in favor of and those who were against dragging Iraq into this conflict militarily, they were very clear, the government and the Prime Minister and his supporters, that Iraq will always live up to its moral responsibility.
When you say those one who were in favor, you mean specifically?
Members of the coalition that were against dragging Iraq into this conflict militarily, while living up to Iraq's responsibilities towards the Palestinian people and to their grievances in terms of moral responsibility, humanitarian responsibility, legal responsibility, and Iraq played a role. So all of these things, Iraq lived up to its responsibilities, short of dragging Iraq into a military conflict. And we have to understand Iraq's history in order to see where and why this decision was taken.
Sure.
Iraq was a pioneering country in the region. Many countries, many people in the region looked up to Iraq as a model. But as a result of blunders, wars, military coups, the situation was reversed. Many Iraqis started to look at these countries as a model. And this has created some sort of a bitterness. The second issue, the Iraqi people are very young. About 30% of the Iraqi population are under the age of 14. I think 60% are under the age of 64. These people need job opportunities, want a decent life, and in order to do that, we need peace, security, and stability in order to be able to deliver to these people. These These were the essential elements that drove the government's and the governing coalition's calculations in trying to insulate Iraq from the military conflict. Eventually, the Iraqi government was able to prevail, and peace and security was restated.
Can I ask you quickly, if at some point when I was also in just a few months, we have seen unprecedented transformation across the region, and there was also fear that after we have seen Israel actions in Lebanon and then also across the region, that Iraq will be next. Do you think that how, for example, if such action, offensive action, would be undertaken, what type of consequences there will be?
First of all, it's uncalled for. First of all, this would be uncalled for. Given the relative security and stability that Iraq is undergoing, there is no threat that is emanating from Iraq militarily. This would be a blatant aggression against Iraq. And I would
against the government.
Against the government and against the Iraqi people, against Iraq. What would be the reason for an attack against Iraq, the Iraqi people, and against the infrastructure in Iraq?
You have to be closer to the mic, otherwise...
I think I'm as close as I can get. I'll try to get closer. So that would be a blatant aggression and a violation of international law. We do not expect it, and we do not accept it. If it happens, it will have a very destabilizing effect on Iraq. There is significant progress in Iraq, but it's always fragile and reversible. And I think it would backfire on the entire region and on the aggressor too. I hope, and to the credit, giving credit to the United States of America also, they have played an important role in averting such a catastrophic scenario. I hope that we won't get to that. The Iraqi state, the Iraqi government, the Iraqi coalition is doing, or the Iraqi governing coalition is doing all that it can to insulate Iraq from such a military conflict. Such an aggression would not be acceptable.
Last point maybe that I want to ask you is precisely about the U.S. role. I mean, U.S.-Iraq relations have troubled the history, but also I would say a history of gradual understanding on how they can cooperate. And I wanted to ask you about especially after the changes that happened in the region, whether there is any idea of rethinking the plan for drawdown U.S. presence, or if you're still set on a schedule that's set for September 2025, an initial drawdown. And connected to that, just about how important is actually to keep U.S.-led coalition presence both in Iraq and in Syria for the stability of the country and against a potential resurgence of ISIS.
The relationship with the United States of America is one of the most important foreign relations that Iraq has. The United States of America was responsible for the change, for getting rid of the dictatorship, and for putting Iraq on a path to become a model in the Middle East, a pluralistic democracy where people from different ethnic, sectarian, and political backgrounds that can come together and share power. Of course, you said trouble. If you study transitions by definition are very thorny processes.
Right.
They take a very long time. It's very difficult. If you read American history, after a century, they had a civil war. I think Iraq is shortcutting through that. Therefore, I think this relationship is kind of an anchor if the Americans want to constructively engage with Iraq and keep supporting Iraq to continue down its path and complete its transition. As for the global coalition to fight ISIS, I think it's an important element. There has been an announcement, an agreed upon announcement between the two countries that had 3 conditions. The first condition is the capabilities of the Iraqi security forces. The second is the level of threat from ISIS. The third is the environmental threat. And I think 2 of the 3 conditions we can see a significant change in. ISIS has been able to control some weapons in Syria, and the level of the threat has gone up. And the changes in Syria have given them a launching pad, a foothold unfold that needs to be taken into consideration. Now, it's a global coalition, which the United States of America is an important element of it, if not the pillar of it. Therefore, we're still waiting for our counterparts in the global coalition to formulate their policy vis-à-vis the global coalition so that we can chart our way forward. So far, there has been no discussion about changes in timelines. Maybe platforms, yes, given the change of the threat. First, previously, the level of the threat was northeast Syria. Now it has shifted south from the Iraqi-Syrian borders to Deir ez-Zor to Palmyra to south of Damascus. This might be reconsidering the platforms where these counter-ISIS operations need to take place, but we're still waiting for the Americans to formulate their policy so that we can chart our way ahead. And mill-to-mill relations and discussions are ongoing, but this is ultimately a political decision.
Definitely. Thank you,
You're
Grigor. Thank you. And let me go actually, because you mentioned the issue of the coalition, and many European countries are actually part of this coalition as well. So I would like to hand over the floor to Ann Linde, who is the former foreign minister of Sweden. Welcome. And maybe ask you also about, we are also at the critical time, not only in the Middle East, but we are at a critical time in the transatlantic relations between the United States and Europe. And how do you see this unfolding, and how do you see EU-US relations continuing, especially when it comes to the approach towards the MENA region? One thing that comes in my mind is, for example, the EU role in what we just discussed, which is the US nuclear negotiation. The E3 are still like part of the JCPOA, they are part of the JCPOA, so this is one important element. How do you see Europe-Iran relations also unfolding?
Well, thank you very much, Maria, and thank you very much for inviting me again to this really, really wonderful forum. Yes, I mean, I'm a policymaker from EU, and actually the European has long viewed the transatlantic relation as the cornerstone when it comes to the alliances, and especially, of course, for foreign and security policy, but also for economic ties and so on and so forth. And today, this foundation is actually shifting. We are witnessing a kind of, you can say, erosion of traditional alliances. And that means that we have to accept that US is in fact stepping back from its long-standing leadership role, not only when it comes to relation EU-United States, but its leadership role globally. And we have this, every day there are new decisions coming from the Trump administration that is actually taking them back from a leadership role in the world. And I think this has not only big implications for EU, but also for this region in MENA. And I think there needs to be a rebalancing on, and maybe even a recalibration of whom are we going to cooperate with? What are we going to cooperate about? And also the question of, like for Iraq, who has, for the Prime Minister's office said, this strong relation with West and United States. Now new players come in. Turkey, China, Saudi Arabia, in a stronger way when US is going back. And I would say also that from EU, we need to see MENA, Middle East and North Africa, in another light. I mean, we can no longer see it just as a buffer zone or a source for issues like migration and energy, but also to form a strategic partnership between EU and MENA that we actually have not had before. It comes like building resilience, sustainability, also green transition, which is so very important, and accepting that MENA in its own is agency that is shaping also the global order.
On this, I mean, you didn't answer my question about the E3, but if you want, obviously, I mean, you can. If you don't want, I have an additional question that to ask you. When you say about the partnership, do you see EU-Gulf relationship being, for example, one of the drivers of this new light that you were mentioning? And also, when you were mentioning about, like in some way, having a different type of relationship with certain countries that undergo transition, what do you see the EU role in Syria specifically?
Well, to start with, I think I said that there is a weakened transatlantic link, for sure. That was kind of the beginning of the whole thing, that we have said that it's a cornerstone, and it's not that anymore. And you could see right now that the trade commissioner went home from Washington more or less empty-handed. And I think it will be very difficult to understand how deep the implications are of those tariffs. You say tariff is, what does that matter? Well, Sweden is a country of 10 million people. We are the 10th biggest investor in the United States. And that means that if we suddenly get, as there is even in this pause, 25% tariffs on steel, aluminium, cars, and 10% on everything else. So this pause is not making a big shift. And what we now have to do is to expand the partnership with other areas in the world. And I think it's interesting, for the first time ever, the European Union 2 days ago, or maybe 3 days ago, had a high-level dialogue with the Palestinian Authority. Never happened before. Has only had that with Israel, not with Palestine. Now it was the first time. And enhancing the budget for supporting infrastructure and good governments in Palestine. Big shift.
Thank you, Anne. And I was mentioning before also the EU-GCC partnership. Let me give the floor also to Badr Al-Saif, who is assistant professor at Kuwait University and associate fellow at Chatham House. It seems that in all this big chaos that we are undergoing, sometimes we feel that the Gulf countries are actually the ones who got it, that they had a vision on how to navigate this multipolar order at the global level and multi-alignment as well at the regional level. Is it right? Is it not? Correct me or challenge this.
بسم الله أصحاب السيادة السعادة المعالي الحضور الكرام السلام عليكم سعيد بوجودي ود واحترام كبيرين لأبناء السليمانية الإقليم والعراق قاطبة بناء على طلب الميسر سأنتقل إذا تسمحوا لي للغة الإنجليزية. Absolutely. I mean, you're right on. I think in the Gulf right now, there is that sense of vindication that we got it right all along. And there is that sense that's been brewing all along that the Gulf has been increasingly viewing itself as a center of its own. And there is no telling moment than that centrality being played out when you're looking at how the world is moving through. And if I may push back, and I'm referring to the synopsis of the panel, in terms of us entering a multipolar world, I think that's not how many in the Gulf view the world. And I think that's probably part of the success story so far in the Gulf. I mean, there are setbacks, of course, nothing is perfect, but they're trying to move in a certain trajectory. And the argument that I have in here is that we're living through a fragmented world order. And such fragmentation requires a sense of fluidity and agility in moving our way around. And in that fragmentation, you really see different world orders competing with one another. So you cannot say that we're moving very swiftly from an American unipolar moment to a multipolar moment. There is a lot of mixes between the two. Take, for example, the unipolar moment, which I think is very present right now. I mean, America is not going anywhere. I'm looking at it from the Gulf perspective. Look at the security alliances that we have. Look at the 3 biggest US files when it comes to negotiation and mediation. They're happening in the Gulf, whether it's Gaza, on Palestine and Israel and Qatar, whether it's the Russia-US talks with the Ukrainians in Riyadh, or lately the US-Iran talks in Muscat. So there is some credence to having that moment moving through as we go through. Now, there is also a sense, and I think Her Excellency hinted towards that, that there is an imperial order that could be beyond us. I mean, Russia, Ukraine was one example, but now we have the US flagging, certain countries as part of their larger interests, whether it's the Greenland, Panama, or Canada. Yes, it could be a bluff, but I think, once you put that out there, there's a lot of things that you need to keep in mind.
Father, I was wondering about, like, when you said that basically it's a bit of the old war that is still existing of the US unipolarity, and it's a bit of a new war that it's taking place at the same time. When it comes to the Gulf, we all wonder how much still the US security guarantees matter for Gulf states. So I have a question on this, and also maybe quickly about what we discussed early on about the potential role of Gulf states in a new nuclear deal. How do you see this?
Let me tell you how we view ourselves within this changing global order. I think the best way to sum it up is that we see the world in an apolar lens. In that there shouldn't be, thinking of polarity is going back to the past. And it's a tried, lazy, unit of analysis. We need to move beyond it. And when you think beyond that, you're really leaping into the future and into the ways that we can connect with one another beyond the nation state. Let's decenter the nation state. There are networks that are happening, connectivity agendas, development roads, minilaterals. I think these are the ways that we can move forward. US security understandings, yes, they're there, and I think we're also working towards updating them. I think there has been some sense between, and this is across administrations, whether in the Republican or the Democratic administrations, there was that perception that there was a receding from the US interest. But I think both parties now get it, that there is a reorientation with more agency, with more understanding that the Gulf states are taking matters in their own hands. Look, in terms of the Iran-US, but again, it shouldn't be a very focused lens on the nuclear issues. I think, there are three buckets, and if we look at them collectively, it's to the interests of not only Iran and the US, but everyone else involved. And it's also about the missile activity and the proxy network. Now, some say that in 24, Iran moved into its weakest. Some would argue that the proxies are not where they used to be, but I would beg to differ.
But would you have the missile as a part of the deal, in your opinion, from a Gulf perspective?
I think a comprehensive deal is in the best interests of all parties involved. We want a normalized region where everyone thrives together.
Thank you. And let me also leave the floor to Renad Mansour, who is the director of Iraq Initiative at Chatham House, who has been like a long time Iraq observer and academic. And I would challenge you with one question. If you will be tomorrow the advisor of Prime Minister Soudani, and even for the next year, since he has announced that he will rerun for election, what would you suggest him as the foreign policy plan for the next 5 years?
Thank you, Maria, and thank you to AUIS, to Dr. Barham Mak and Iris for the kind invitation. Before I answer this difficult question, especially because there is a current advisor to Prime Minister Soudani here. I think I want to pick up on Badr's point, which I think is really important. There are two dynamics happening globally right now. One, if you look at the data of conflicts, in the last 10 years, conflicts globally have doubled. So there are 2 times as much conflicts in the world in 2025 than there was in 2015. So that's one dynamic. The second dynamic is you have this fragmentation of the international order, and you have not quite unipolar, not quite multipolar, but what I think we're defining as multi-alignment. So middle powers in the region can choose issue by issue how to approach. There are no poles. It's not us versus them, East versus West, communist versus democracy.
So you mean it's issue-based?
It's issue-based. So how do we bring these two dynamics together to make sense? Is it that multi-alignment is actually a reason for the doubling of conflicts? The Middle East is where the changing world order is playing out violently. It's the front line of changing global dynamics. And that's why we're seeing the violence that we're seeing there. There are no rigid spheres of influence. And I 100% agree with Badr. The West, the US, and Europe still have a Cold War mentality to understanding conflict. What's happening in the region by middle powers, whether it's in the Gulf, Turkey, or Iraq, to some extent, as it develops, is a realization that no, we can be a country that has, based on different issues, different policies. Look at the country of Iraq. Let's begin with the security sector. You have a massive NATO mission, let's say a significant NATO mission in Iraq. You still have a US mission, and the Iraqi government is still having military and security deals with Russia, all in Baghdad, as well as deals in with other countries. So it's multi-aligned, and it's not being pushed to one or the other.
When you say that the West has still a war mentality approach, how that can be? I mean, you mean that you refer to this in the sense that there is not so much investment in, say, on diplomacy instead, that the regional power have understood better how to deal with it?
Yeah, it's issue by issue. Another example that's often used, the US, under maximum pressure, is trying to get Iran to have zero exports. It's not happening. In fact, in some fuel industries, Iran has increased its exports, such as LPG, after maximum pressure. And the reason for this is not just because Iran has the axis of resistance. Iran has beyond the axis of resistance. Multi-alignment means that Iran can send its fuel and gas towards China or towards other parts of Africa, working with allies and adversaries at the same time. Because on that issue, it's a different landscape. So if you look at the geoeconomics, if you look at the military, if you look at the geopolitics, the rapprochement, the Gulf's relationship with Iraq, with Iran even, it's a new time. Many in the Gulf aren't saying we should contain Iran. In fact, they're supporting engagement now. The point is, because that doubling of conflict has been played out in the Middle East, the powers in the Middle East need to are putting things in their own hands to say, how do we get away from that Cold War, multipolar, bipolar, unipolar world?
Can I ask you?
I didn't answer your question.
A question about the issue that you were mentioning on maximum pressure doesn't work. I mean, we have seen that my question is whether aggressive action and use of offensive force, it's always not working, and we always have to invest into multi-alignment and diplomacy, or there is something in between. I'm asking you this because there is a view whereby actually Israel has caused so much death and destruction. But actually a new Lebanon may rise again now. So some people may say, well, there has been a lot of destruction, but some dynamics have changed, and use of force is legitimate then.
Well, I think what Israel has shown, in many ways, is force and the complete destruction in Gaza and Palestine, and Lebanon, and elsewhere, could still produce results. I think certain technologies and warfare that Israel is using, such as the pager attacks on Hezbollah, show a new side, a future of warfare that's quite scary. It also shows that the international legal system and human rights systems that embarked after World War II are being challenged and contradicted. I do not think a military solution on its own has ever really worked for a political problem, and I think Iraq is case in point.
And with that, we have a few minutes left. I would like, with your permission, to go back to Victoria, because we have a question from the audience, from Simona Foltin, who says that, you mentioned that Iran has a destabilizing role in the region, and the question is whether would you agree that Israel has also a destabilizing role, and To that, I would attach maybe another question that relates to what we discussed before and Trump initiative about an Iran nuclear deal, and whether you think the Trump administration has more weight or ways to let or to pressure Israel to accept a nuclear deal.
So I guess I would just say, you know, it's the longstanding U.S. policy that Israel has a right to defend itself, and that, you know, the U.S. will continue to provide support, defense and security support to Israel. There's a longstanding partnership there. In terms of the Iran nuclear deal, you know, clearly the president announced his intention to pursue diplomacy, sitting alongside Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And I think that shows both the importance of that ongoing discussion with Israel in terms of resolving concerns with Iran's nuclear program and its destabilizing activities, but also the clear intention and message from the president that he wants to give diplomacy a real chance.
Thank you very much for all speaking in this panel. I hope that we brought some clarity about how the world is changing on issue-related alliance rather than poles. I think this was a good point. I think we also very much saw that Iraq is definitely, after 20 years actually, starting to define a very clear foreign policy line, and that there are both a new vision that comes from the Gulf that actually can support regional integration and support also Iraq having its own foreign policy, but also potentially also a new type of EU regional partnership that are ongoing. Thank you again for having us, and let me just ask you to applaud our speakers for their excellent remarks.
Thank you to our panelists for a rich and thorough discussion. Our next segment will begin very shortly. Please remain at your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seats. Our next session will begin very shortly. Our distinguished guests, please return to your seats. The next session will begin very shortly. Our dear guests, please return to your seats. Dear guests, please return to your seats. Our next panel will begin very, very shortly. Our next remarks will take place momentarily. Please take your seats. Our dear guests, please remain to your seats as we welcome our new speaker. Dear guests, please take your seats. Our dear guests, please remain in your seats as the next panel will begin very shortly. Thank you for your patience. Our next panel will begin very, very shortly. Okay. We now continue with our next panel, Iran, Iraq, and the Middle East. Please, the panelists, join me at the panel. Please welcome our panelists.
Waiting for Barbara. Well, while we are waiting for Ambassador Barbara Leaf to join us on the stage, let me say Assalamu alaikum, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Zainab Al-Badawi, or Zainab Badawi, and it's a great pleasure to be moderating this panel for you all. It's also wonderful for me to at last be able to attend the Sulaimani Forum, because my good friend Barham Saleh has been inviting me for many years, and finally I have got to this beautiful, beautiful town. And I've only been here for 2 days, but I've already experienced the wonderful, famous Kurdish hospitality. And I also see my good friend Hoshia Zabari there. Very good to see you. So while we await Barbara Leaf, I've just been told that actually we can start without her in the interests of time. So our panel is going to be looking at this particular topic. You may have read it in your programs. We've seen, of course, major political changes in Syria, Lebanon, and other parts of the Middle East. And so we want to examine the implications of all this with the political and security dynamics of that strategic corridor that links Iraq to the Levant, and to see whether it's going to lead to new alignments or indeed whether it may create further instability. And to do that, I've got a terrific panel here of key movers and shakers with me. We have here to my left His Excellency Saeed Khatibzadeh, who is the Deputy Foreign Minister for the Islamic Republic of Iran. You're also, sir, a former ambassador to Croatia, an advisor to the Foreign Minister in the past, and you now are Director General of a major think tank in Tehran, which is linked to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Your Excellency Rebar Ahmed Khalid, you of course are the Minister of Interior here at the Kurdistan Regional Government, and of course you've held many senior positions in the KDP, so welcome to you also. My friends, you're very good as the founder and chair of the Gulf Research Center at making sure you keep abreast of all the developments in the Middle East, because of course that you run this global think tank which has a presence all over the Gulf, and we know you from your media appearances and also as editor and author of numerous publications. And then on my far left we have Dareen Khalifa, who is an advisor on dialogue promotion at the ICG, the International Crisis Group. And before that, she was an expert on Syria for the ICG. And of course, she's had a great deal of experience in mediation and has engaged with conflict actors herself. Previously, she was with Amnesty International and also the Center for Humanitarian Dialogue. And of somebody of Egyptian origin, and me having been born in the Sudan, I can also say, Doreen, that we are sort of neighbors, although you seem a bit distant at the moment. But thank you. So that's our panel. While we await Barbara Leaf, who some of you know, Ambassador Barbara Leaf is, of course, a former Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern Affairs. She has held a series of senior positions at the State Department, was also American ambassador to the UAE, and she's now a senior fellow at the Middle East Institute. So when she arrives, she's just going to take her seat. But please, I want you to welcome our panel. Thank you. So, panel, I want you all to be brief at the outset, and I'll start with you, Deputy Minister, to just say looking as an overview at the region, what is the most critical change in that strategic corridor that perhaps worries you the most? And you'll have a chance to expand on what you're going to say, but just give us a quick, brief overview.
Thank you very much. I'm very honored that Dr. Barham Saleh extended his invitation, and though it is my first time to be in Sulaimani, but I hope that it's not going to be the last one, and I'm very glad to be here and being exposed to such a distinguished audience here. You're talking about Middle East, and Middle East is Middle East, probably the most internationalized region that the international politics has ever seen. Anything happens in this region is going to have effects on international politics. Everybody knows that from October 7th, what has changed and what has been, happened in this region. It is quite obvious to everybody that this region is experiencing a profound changes. We don't know if it is the last stage of changes or not, or we are in the state of becoming. But what I can say is that we are seeing both continuity and change. It is not just change, but there are those elements of also continuity in our region, and later on we can talk about both those aspects of changes in our region and those aspects of continuity. What is happening right now is very much alarming, is very much dynamic to have, and we have to wait and see what's going on later on.
Just very quickly, what is so alarming, briefly?
Occupation, the naked language. Hello, Barbara.
Hi, Barbara. I've already introduced you, so everybody knows who you are, but they knew you anyway, so it's okay.
I did my best to prolong the introduction that you can join us, okay?
Yeah.
What is happening right now, the most important part of what is happening is this naked language of force and, the situation of permanent war that we are seeing in our region, and this atrocity that we are seeing in Gaza, in Palestine, and also this lawlessness, if I can say, or past or post-pactum situation that we are seeing in this region, which is very much alarming.
So a lack of a rules-based order, as it were, and more conflict. Okay. All right. Minister of Interior, Minister Ahmed, what keeps you up at night?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for the organizer of this very important event in Sulaimani, and special thanks to the former President of Iraq, Mr. Barham Saleh, and the UK, the American University here in Sulaimani. It's a great pleasure to be here and talking about one of the most important issues in the Middle East. I believe when we are talking about Middle East, we have to tackle the root of the problems. Unfortunately, globally and in the Middle East, locally, we are just talking about the conduct of the problems. The problems in Middle East started a very long time ago at the beginning of formation of the national states in Middle East, when it happened after the First World War and the formation of the national states in Middle East. So it wasn't fair to the nations who are living in Middle East. When we are talking about the stability and security and any kind of dynamic movement in Middle East recently, we have to talk about the equilibrium between the nationalities here who are living, who are from the Kurdish perspective, we have to take care of the future of all of the nations here in the Middle East, especially when it comes to the peace and security and stability and the development of the region. We, as a nation, we are one of the major partners in Middle East as Kurdistanian, as Kurdish nation, but unfortunately, through the history, there wasn't any fair resolution regarding our nation and the future of the region. Therefore, when we are talking about the stability, we have to be careful about the future of this nation. It's almost about 40 million people in Middle East without any entity. As the President Nechervan Barzani mentioned in his very strong speech, that we need peace and stability for everybody. And this will come through dialogue and peaceful dialogue with everybody, including our nation. We proved in this specific time that we can be a factor of stability, and we believe that our rights in Iraq should be according to the Constitution. And in every single country in the region which contain Kurdish nation, they have their right according to the peaceful negotiation with their governments and with their attitude and with their situation. So we will be more than happy to have a stable and secure Middle East, free of militias, free of any more conflicts, but having stability for everybody as an advantage.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister, for giving us that very Kurdish perspective there on how you see your interests align with the rest of the region. Ambassador Barbara Leaf, so I started off asking your fellow panelists to identify what they believe are the major critical changes or change, and in particular that which worries you the most.
Well, Zainab, thank you, and my apologies for being late. I'll blame President Nechervan for this. But no, I'm going to let a little bit of the optimist in me creep out, because what I see is the following. Over the last 6 months, we had really seismic change in a very large and really fragile, important piece of the landscape, which is Lebanon and Syria. And we saw once in a generation, maybe once in 2 generations, seismic change, which has, in a sense, liberated both the Lebanese and the Syrian from huge internal burdens on their sovereignty in the form of Hezbollah and in the form of many proxies that littered the landscape of Syria. And of course, most oppressive of all, 50 years of the Assad rule. Now, there are extraordinary opportunities there and equal measures of risk, of peril, to both those peoples and to the surrounding neighborhood. But what I think is quite important is that the key states of the region, especially the neighbors, but not only the neighbors, lean into the proposition of helping both the Lebanese and the Syrian peoples navigate this period of peril. Because honestly, the challenges, the threats, the odds are against successful transitions in places of such extraordinary fragility, trauma. But on the other hand, what a new world it is for the Syrian people. What a new world it is for the Lebanese people. So I worry about both states, but I also think that there are tremendous opportunities for the broader region to the degree those transitions succeed.
You're right, you are quite optimistic, although you, as you say, you rightly identify the real terrible consequences of failure. Abdulaziz Sagar, what's your view?
Well, first, let me say how pleased I am to be again in Sulaimaniya, thanks to the kind invitation of President Barham. It's a place I love and I like, and the first time I was in Sulaimaniya, probably before some of the students were born, 1981. So I've been to Sulaimaniya many, many years ago, and President Barham was kind enough last time to show me the different part of the beautiful city of Sulaimaniya. So thank you for the American University, very pleased to be here. When I think about what makes me awake at night, honestly, is the unfair and the injustice and the brutality and the what we call the genocide that the Israelis continue doing in the region, and how they are fully supported, endorsed by certain country in all what they are doing. You know, we thought, when I go back to Woodrow Wilson, his 14 points in 1917, and what he said, the right of determination for people, and that law have made Britain and France at that time upset, because it was the law that was used to liberate Algeria from France. It was the law that the Iranian left Bahrain with it in 72. It was the right of determination. You know, this is the America that we thought
the model, the example. But when we see the full endorsement for Netanyahu government to continue doing what he has been doing, definitely it raises the question, what is happening? Is it the same America that we are used to? Is it the same thing for me like Iran? I differentiate between the people in Iran, how much we like them and we know them, and the policies sometimes that has taken place. So that's definitely an issue in my opinion when we see that there is lack of role by how important to have law and order and how important to have the right of the people to be well protected.
Right, okay, so quite similar then to the Deputy Minister, that you feel that the situation in Gaza and elsewhere is the key
Not
thing.
only Gaza, it's the expansion in Syria, is the attack on Lebanon, it's the support of the different militia, unfortunately.
The expansionism of Israel, as you say, in southern Syria, and obviously the land grabs in Lebanon and so on. I'm conscious that I don't want to duplicate what was discussed in the previous panel, so perhaps some of the topics that you want to cover there may have already been looked at in terms of the actions of Israel in the region. But Doreen Khalifa, what about you? What is the aspect that preoccupies you the most about these changes in the region, which were unthinkable really a year ago?
For having me, and thank you so much for our gracious hosts. I think Syria is at the heart of these regional changes. Am I worried about it? Yes, obviously, the challenges are immense. And really, there's so many moving pieces and moving parts in it. But I think I share Ambassador Leif's optimism when I say I'm less worried than I was when Syria was under Assad. The thing that really concerns me about Syria today is the regional rivalries and how they're playing out in Syria. There's the perception in the region today that a lot is up for grabs. There's a lot of competition, and things have really changed. The perceptions have changed. We're seeing this being manifested in very obvious ways, and the Turkey-Israel rivalry and how it's playing out in Syria. It's really, really alarming. Israel has had a free reign in Syria arguably since 2017. They've been going in and out, targeting Iranian assets, often targeting even regime assets. But since December 8 in particular, they've really doubled down on their kinetic approach. They've obliterated most of Syria's military facilities. They've moved in on the ground and occupied territory southwest of the Golan. They've called for a demilitarized zone. They've in essence, called for partitioning the country into zones of influence. So, the Israelis say they're concerned about how weak the current state of Syria is, allowing potential jihadists to work against them. They also say they're concerned about Syria's potential strength and how Shara could potentially also turn against them. They say they're concerned about Jordan's security, about the protection of minority. But I think in essence, they're very worried about Turkey's growing influence in Syria. And if there's one thing a lot of Arab states, Israel, Iran, and even Russia might agree on, is their concern over growing Turkish influence in Syria. This Turkey-Israel rivalry in Syria is really taking different forms and shapes that are incredibly threatening, not just to the stability of Syria, but also to regional stability. We've seen recently that there is a deconfliction mechanism in place to try to de-escalate. But I think absent a direct de-escalation channel of communication between Ankara and Israel, or even between Syria and Israel, it does leave a lot of room for things to spiral out of control moving forward.
Thank you. Just before we continue, could I ask the people in the right-hand corner there to keep that door closed, because there's a lot of noise coming from outside, and if you would be so kind as to keep your voices low, because it's quite difficult to hear everything on the stage. So please do keep that back door closed. Thank you. All right, thank you for that, Doreen Khalifa, on Syria. So let's just unpick Syria. Let's stay with Syria for a moment, because that seems to have been mentioned a great deal. Ambassador Barbara Leaf, you were one of the first members of the US officials to actually meet Ahmed al-Shara, and we hear conflicting things about him. You know, he himself is presenting himself very much as a man that everybody can do business with. He wants to increase his, you know, ties with the West and so on. I've got this inclusive government. He's got the interim constitution with civil protections and that kind of thing. And then there are those who say, look, he's, you know, somebody who in the past has had affiliations with Al-Qaeda and ISIS and so on. So you've met him. Can he be trusted?
Well, you know, I'll go back to Ronald Reagan and say trust but verify. He comes across as deeply pragmatic, with even a touch of moderation. Certainly a political leader, not simply a militia leader or a military commander. This is the way he has struck not just me or a few European diplomats in December. That impression has grown, has gelled with many other folks around the region having such encounters, leaders having such encounters. But in the end, he is going to be judged, I think, by how he responds to the many accumulating tests that lie out there just beyond our eyesight. And what are those tests? You saw them in March with the terrible atrocities on the coast and assaults on innocent civilians who had nothing to do with this sort of initial attacks by Assad regime elements. This was not directed, this response to that was not directed by Damascus, but Damascus clearly didn't have control. He asserted control. He promised accountability. We'll see. But that is one of the lurking dangers, threats to a successful transition, whether it's led by a Shara or anybody else, which is 50 years, especially 14 years of pent-up desire for vengeance, for reprisals. So keeping a lid on that is one thing. Being accountable and transparent is another thing. How he deals with security, the security dimension of challenges, is going to show his real colors. But finally, and most importantly perhaps, how he really makes inclusivity real. He may have a different definition, a narrower definition than what Syrians themselves want. But again, he is saying the right things and he is doing some of the right things, many right things. He is making a very good impression on regional leaders. But I think it stands to reason that as he is tested by these various challenges to a successful transition, that's how you will measure whether he is truly a man of pragmatism.
Deputy Minister, what's the view from Tehran now on Syria? Because, of course, you've seen the removal of the Assad regime and so on, and now you see groups that were allied to Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, which is, of course, the group that Ahmed al-Shara led, the Sunnis in the ascendance and so on, and you've seen a real depletion of Iranian influence in Syria. How much does that worry you?
In 2013, I remember, let me tell you something. I was based in Berlin, and I remember I had close talks, discreet talks with Syrian opposition. And in 2013, it was not the best time for Assad and his troops on the ground. We met in a hotel. 5 leading opposition of Syrian from different factions and sections met us. And I was in the middle of, I was among the Iranians who met them. Now we can talk and reveal that. During the whole years, we tried to reach out to different genuine oppositions and also elements in the government. At that time, I remember, I've heard that one of the key person in that meeting now, she has passed away. And she was brilliant, she was excellent. I don't know if the news is correct or not, but the lady was in the meeting. Probably she's not, if she's alive, probably she's not happy that I name her, but she told me in the meeting that why you are so insisting on Assad. And it was in 2013. She she was kind of the interim prime minister of the opposition. I told her that, look, we are very much concerned about the post-Assad situation, in which occupation happens, in which, at that time, Daesh, ISIS, take over, in which non-Syrian fighters get into the power, and Salafi extremist elements have this opportunity to exclude the others. And I name a list of our concerns. You're answering your questions. Now I am seeing the situation in Syria. I really would like to be optimistic. But should I be? Do we see less occupation now in Syria? Israelis has occupied not only Golan Heights, but also they are sitting 40 kilometers from Damascus. My dear friends, any country under occupation cannot see flourishing, cannot see development, cannot see stability, cannot see peace. And Israelis are not there to live, they are there to stay. Part of Syria is occupied by the United States, another part by Turkey. And do we are seeing an inclusive government? I really would like to see and believe transformation, trust. What is happening? I see the hope there. But we need more than hope. Hope will result in frustration soon if we see all those concerns. Still, I am seeing the elements of those concerns. All right. But talking about Iran, we are sitting a little bit, far from Syria right now, cautiously watching what is happening and supporting the Syrian people. And this is what we are going to do. We are going to provide support with goodwill and our good office, and trying to actually help the Syrian government to be as inclusive as possible, and has the ground actually to try and hopefully less error of this government building in Syria these days.
So continuing engagement.
We are not rushing into anything. We are ready for engagement, okay? We are ready to help them. We are ready to support them. If Iran was not in Syria, now nobody can now talk about HTS. Daesh was in power right now. And we hope that HTS soon can, and Ahmad al-Shar can form an inclusive government and try to, how can I say, not to be offensive to our friends in Damascus, those non-Syrian fighters and extremist elements that were actually formed HTS. HTS was Syrians plus Chechens, Uyghurs, and many other non-Syrian fighters. We are not still sure where are they.
Okay.
And we are not sure exactly what are their roles. So we are ready for engage if there is any need on the other side.
Okay. Yeah, just very quickly, because I'd like to have Abdelaziz Saghar, but yes, please.
No, I was just going to say the Iranian government is going to support the Syrian people. And in terms of bringing foreign fighters to Syria, well, of course, Iran brought Afghans and Pakistanis and Iraqis and others. So those have left, thank goodness. And yes, you're right. The foreign fighters in the big tent that formed the coalition with HTS, they are a problem.
Okay, well, let's pick that up with you, Abdelaziz Saghar, because we know that from reports that ISIS has really re-emerged in Syria. I mean, the Al-Sufan Center, the think tank based in New York, says that attacks carried out by ISIS in Syria last year tripled to about 700, and that they're more dispersed, and they're also worried about those ISIS operatives, thousands of them, who are being held in detention centers, and, various forces are trying to keep them contained. But this poses a real threat, not only to Syria, but the wider region.
The question is for me or for Abdelaziz?
For Abdelaziz Saghar, yes.
Thank you.
But you can answer it too if you
Sure.
wish, Minister, after him. Yes.
First, let me say there was an interest by 3 countries that have led to the change in Syria. The Turk, they don't want to have Kurdistan in north of Syria. The Israeli, they want to have the Iranian out of Syria
and the pipeline that used to supply to Hamas, to Hezbollah, to all these things to be stopped. And the American, they want to see the Russian out. So these three interests have made it possible for somebody like Shara to move and to be there. Now, ISIS were fought by the whole region, whether Iraq, and there used to be the coalition against ISIS and so. ISIS cannot exist in their own. There must be somebody supporting them, providing them. They could not create their own economic independency like the other normal militant group that have created. We had a book in Violent Non-State Actor, by the way. We did a very nice study putting almost 22 sort of violent non-state actors in perspective. And we find a commonality between them. They all have an ideology. They all are linked to outside their country support. Gaddafi used to support the Irish, for instance. They all have their own economic independence. They build their network, and they all have their own economic independency. And they all grow in a failing state. And unfortunately, today in the Middle East, we have 7 almost states in difficult situations. Some of them are already failing, and some of them are already in the process of the failing state. Syria today, if we don't stand behind it, forget about the Salafists and the Islamists and the Shia and so. I was the one who managed and moderated the 2015 Syrian opposition meeting in Saudi in Riyadh, and I was the one who wrote the Riyadh Declaration. I insisted in the unity of Syria, on the mosaic. But believe it or not, in that room, when I had 176 Syrian, I almost had 176 Bashar Assad in that room. So every one of them, he think he's a president. He think he's the one that will manage and can rule the things. However, we need to endorse the current situation. We need to see how we can move that one. And we need to continuously, the Chinese, when they came to us in Saudi, they said, can you help us to get 800 of the rebels in Syria from the jihadi side there because of the Uyghur and so. So they do have, they still, the foreigner forces groups are still in Syria. They do exist. And I'm not so sure how quickly they can get rid of them, because they need to have the plan. We need to help them to get help out of them.
So, Minister, are you worried, the same question to Abdulaziz Sar, about this vacuum as Ahmed al-Shara is trying to establish some kind of national defense strategy and security in the country, that it could be exploited, though, the vacuum, by the likes of ISIS?
Well, first of all, I would like to talk about the fight against terrorism in general in the region, more specifically in Iraq and Syria. We, as Kurdistanian, through the Peshmerga forces, we were the first forces who defeated ISIS on the ground by the support we received from the international coalition forces led by the United States, and we are highly appreciated for that support in general in Iraq and more specifically in Kurdistan. ISIS is, again, a conduct of some other problems in the region. It's not the problem itself. And the terrorism is a conduct of some other political, economic, and social problems in the region, and is a belief problem. I believe we have to tackle the ideology itself. Otherwise, we will face the terrorism in different shape, different name, and in different time, as it was in the past, with different name and different geography. The global coalition and the local forces were fighting terrorism. And still, when it comes to Syria, according to the positive change in Syria, what happened recently, yes, there is a vacuum, and the terrorism take benefit from this vacuum. The more activities by ISIS in some areas close to Iraqi border, and we all are ready for supporting the new administration in Syria and Damascus. And recently, everybody is aware that there were a meeting between the neighboring country, including Iraq, Turkey, Lebanon, Jordan, and including Syria. They had a very productive meeting in Jordan to tackling this specific issue in Syria. Still, there is need to have a coalition, even it's locally or globalism, to have a good cooperation and exchanging information. The basis should be exchange with each other to have a database for all of this main threat and challenge, not to Syria, but to the security and stability to all around the world. Because there's a large number of foreign fighters inside these camps, and thousands of Iraqi families and terrorism members are just stayed in these camps. So recently we had a very good cooperation with our partner in Baghdad and our regional partners that we have to tackle this issue, cooperating with the global coalition forces and even with Syrian, how to keep these areas safe and secure for everybody, because it's a real challenge for our border, and the situation will not be supportive if any kind of weak point will happen in this camps.
Thank you. Doreen Khalifa, so you're the Syria expert. Just two very quick points to you then. How real is the threat to ISIS, from ISIS, not only to Syria, but for neighboring countries? And then very quickly, in addition to trying to create some security in the country, Ahmed Ashad has also got to deliver something economically to the country. We know that Syria is still burdened by numerous sanctions. Saudi Arabia recently has just bought out its debt to the World Bank, which may open the way for it receiving more loans from the World Bank and so on, which will go some way to helping. But the sanctions are still there. The Americans say, show us the progress that we are looking to see on security and inclusivity and so on. But that is also a threat, isn't it? Because instability thrives on economic deprivation, and the vast majority of Syrians really are living on the brink.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And before I touch on the ISIS question, I think it's important to also give some agency to the Syrians here. I mean, the future of Syria is not going to be determined by what the Israeli or what the Turks or what any external actor wants on its own. I've known Ahmed Ashar for almost 7 years now, and we can agree or disagree on the level of transformation the guy has undergone, but I think we can agree that he's not to be underestimated. He is a strong operative in his own right. And what he wants today is become increasingly clear, especially in terms of foreign policy. It's obvious to me and to many in the region that he wants a zero problems policy with the neighbors, in particular with former foes. He's really, you can see that in the way they've pivoted in their relations with the Russians, first and foremost. They've struck deals with the Russians. They've done a lot of outreach to a long list of previous adversaries, including the UAE, including Lebanon. They're sending all the right signals to Iraq. But even with the Israelis, they're sending a lot of de-escalatory messages. So they understand in their focus on economic recovery and state building, they need to build a very broad alliance of external support, and they need to diversify. They can't be over-reliant on only their close friends, namely Qatar and Turkey. They need to win over the US. They need to win over the West, but also they need to at least neutralize their previous enemies in the region in order to avoid them destabilizing. And I'll just say one point. I'm really glad to hear from the Iranian side that there is an interest in trying to explore opportunities in Damascus, because the perception in Damascus today is that Iran is actively working to try to destabilize the transition. Whether or not that perception is true, I think if everyone in Syria believes that, that's what really matters at this point. And it is important from an Iranian standpoint to kind of rectify that, because the sense is Iran is actively fueling an insurgency against Damascus, is trying to push the Kurdish forces away from peace talks with Turkey and from Damascus. So that perception is going to not really help Iranian positioning with the new reality in Syria.
Just hold that there. Could you just hold that there then, and let's get a response on that specific point from the Deputy Foreign Minister. Is Iran destabilizing Syria?
Actually, I think that the question is not about Iran anymore. Deviating the question, the real question on the ground, is not helping anybody. The question I told you is about the United States occupation, exploiting everything there, And now everything is in the hand of those who are supporting HTS and Ahmadinejad. Is Iran there? The moment that we notice the central government of Syria is not anymore interested to defend, the moment we left the country. Because we never are in a country to fight on behalf of the central government of that country. We are there to help on the request of the central government of that country. So you can see that we have a consistent policy of supporting central government, being Qatar, being full blockades of Saudi Arabia. You remember that, and United Arab Emirates, on the request of the central government of Qatar. And at that time, Qatar was supporting HTS very much, and we were not on the same side. With Turkey, when the coup happened in Turkey, and in Turkey, you remember, we had the mechanism of helping each other and trying to coordinate our differences over Syria through this Astana process. We stood the whole night to help our brothers and friends in Turkey. This is the consistent policy of Iran, to always trying to help the stability in those, regardless of what the others are trying to portray. But to answering your question, or probably your point, the accusation always are coming when frustration happens. When people are disappointed, you are looking for some excuse. Now, everything is in the hand of Ahmadinejad and those who have sponsored him to be in the power there. That's it, period. Iran is not there. We are standing far from what is happening in Syria, cautiously watching. And I do recommend those who are supporting the Syrian government right now, trying to act responsibly. And trying to act responsibly. Iran, again, is fully ready, if there is any demand, to help the Syrian government to transform in a more better, inclusive government. And this is the official message that I am telling you right now on the stage now.
Okay, all right, satisfied? Okay, since you've got the microphone, Deputy Foreign Minister, let's ask you about Lebanon, because similarly, Iran has seen a depletion of its influence in Lebanon, obviously with the problems that Hezbollah have had and the assassination of Nasrallah and all the rest of it. And now we see President Joseph Aoun and other members of the Lebanese government engaging with Hezbollah parliamentarians on the question of Hezbollah's weapons arsenal and devising a new national defense strategy. And yet we also get reports that Hezbollah is rearming through maritime routes now, and whether Iran has got some involvement in that. So I wonder if you could just comment on your government's position on Hezbollah and Lebanon and the new dynamics there.
Yeah. What is happening right now in Lebanon is very much a subject that everybody closely following, including Iran, and I believe that everybody who is interested in stability and peace in the Middle East is following. Hezbollah is a genuine Lebanese group. Hezbollah is byproduct of the Israelis' invasion of Lebanon in 1981. There was no Hezbollah before 1981. Hezbollah established when Israelis started occupation and invasion of Lebanon. Until there is a invasion, aggression, occupation, there is a resistance. And those who are from outside the region, extra-regional forces that they are forcing for the resistance to accept occupation, they will fail. With or without Iran, resistance will stay there. And you know that, I'm not just telling you because I'm Deputy Foreign Minister. I have a different hats. I try right now to be not diplomat on this stage. Now, for the time being, I'm President of the Institute for Political and International Studies. Believe me, we are all living here. Those who are coming from outside our region, probably they are just reading, living with us, trying to be following what is happening. But we are living from this region. The deep frustration which is in the heart of everybody in this region, the wounds which are open. Just imagine a Palestinian that the Prime Minister of Israel, after killing and and slaughtering 50,000 at least. I was ambassador in Croatia. You know Srebrenica. Srebrenica is part of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and United Nations has recognized Srebrenica as a genocide which happened by Serbians. And do you know how many people were killed in Serbia, which was now recognized as an ethnic cleansing and genocide? 8,000. 8,000. Too much. Ethnic cleansing, definitely a genocide. But what happened in Gaza? Do you hear anything from the United States these days? Do you hear from those who are supporting Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, who is coming out and say in front of all the podium, he's saying what? He's saying that let's finish the job. And those who are thinking that let's finish the job is about Iran, he knows that Iran is capable of what? So he's not talking about Iran. Maybe he's talking about, United States putting in confrontation, direct confrontation with Iran. But the most important thing that he's suggesting is to let's finish the job, making the Palestinian state being impossible to happen. How? But by no nation and by no territory. So as we are speaking, Nakba 2.0 is happening. This is the reality on the ground which is happening. So what I see right now in Lebanon is very similar to that. Okay. The arm of Hezbollah is a very domestic issue. It is up to Hezbollah as a genuine Lebanese political as well as political force in the parliament and the others. And we think that everybody has seen development within the territory of Lebanon.
Okay. Does anybody want to comment on the Lebanese thing? Ambassador Barbara Leaf?
I'd be happy to. Yes. No, actually what is also happening in Lebanon is the state being able to reassert itself vis-a-vis a parallel institution. Lebanon has suffered for 40 years from a parallel state and a predatory parallel state, which is Hezbollah. And long after Israelis had left southern Lebanon, Hezbollah continued to operate as such and as a threat to the sovereignty and agency of the state. And you've heard that from the new leadership of Lebanon, who are taking back Lebanese sovereignty. So that's one point. And then on Syria, well, I mean, yes, Iran supported the Assad regime, the central government, in its quest to brutalize millions of Syrians. So again, it's good to hear that Iran is now looking cautiously to support the Syrian people. But I will just say on the issue of occupation, you have a lot to teach other countries about occupying and bringing proxies onto their soil. And we, as yet, have not been told by the government of Damascus that we are occupying Syrian soil. Rather, we are helping contest ISIS, and we fostered the reconciliation and the rapprochement between the SDF and Damascus.
Okay. Abdelaziz Saud, just on Lebanon, would you just finish off on Lebanon? Is this an opportunity for new realignments and so on, given the real emasculation of Hezbollah?
Well, we're happy to see that Hezbollah power is getting lower and lower. It's not yet totally diluted. There is 3 levels in Hezbollah. There is a long-range missiles, which has been almost dismantled and been attacked. There is the 100,000 militia that Hassan Nasrallah used to say, I have 100,000 fighter militia there. And then there is the public people that are in support of Hezbollah. We cannot get rid of Hezbollah. We have to find a way how to keep them busy domestically for the development there. But at the same time, we believe in the central government role, that weapon system should be in the hand of the central government. We believe in law and order, and not loyalty to a country outside. What drives us crazy here in the region, I think, just to say it for my good Iranian friend here, whom we know each other very well, still we are suffering from the Iranian agenda in the region. Interventionist policy, expansionist policy, using sectarian as a dimension of an expansion, maritime security issue, energy issue, all of this issue remains. We love the Iranian people as a people. We communicate with them. We involve with them. We indulge with them. But in no way we are going to accept. I am so pleased today the changes in Syria. So the corridor that was using Iraq, Syria to supply to Hezbollah is being cut now. And I think it's very important that Iran change its behavior in the region if they want to be in the region in peace. We have never involved in any sort of changing of regime. The Iranian choices of regime is theirs. You know, we wish to see prosperity and healthy and a prosper nation in Iran. That's their issues. If they focus on their domestic development, they have a market of 400 million people around them. I'm sure they're going to have a better negotiation with somebody like Trump because he can see the potentiality on the business side and the dollar and the cent. But at the same time, they still can live in the region with no interventionist policy, with no support of militia. Iran decided to go with the militia and not with the state. They support Hezbollah, but not the Lebanese state. They support the Houthi, but not the Yemeni government. They support the Hamas, but not the Palestinian government.
Okay, all right. Well, you're not pulling your punches. Minister Ahmed wanted to speak, and then very quickly, Dorina.
Very quickly, just on ISIS, because I'm conscious that I didn't respond to that ISIS question. I think the counter-ISIS mission in Syria in particular was incredibly successful, right? The Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces is an invaluable partner to the US. They've achieved a lot, not just in rooting out ISIS, but also stabilizing the areas under their control. But the existential flaw in the mission has always been the fact that there was no exit strategy that left room for a plausible way out for the US without leaving a massive mess in its way. Right? The assumption was that the Kurdish forces were going to strike a deal with the Syrian regime, with the Assad regime, and that they were all going to live happily ever after. It was just a flawed assumption because Assad never negotiated, never compromised. And for anyone who was listening to Assad or to the SDF knew that that was not possible. Today, that has changed. There is plenty of room for finding mutual agreements between the Kurdish forces and Damascus in a way that would both keep a lid on ISIS, but also preserve a lot of the gains that have happened in the last few years. And I think one thing can undermine that is the US leaving Syria in a way that is uncoordinated and before a final agreement is reached, that could completely undermine the current negotiations and backfire on all parties.
And that reflects the debate that's going on in Iraq about the presence of the International Coalition Force and the US forces in Iraq.
Unfortunately, we are suffering from the inconsistency of the US policy in the region. Right. Do we trust the US policy in the region? There is a big question mark in that side.
Yeah, okay. Minister Ahmed, briefly, if you would, because I do want to come back.
I will try to make a link between all of this part of this puzzle. In Lebanon, in Syria, in Iraq, in Iran, and taking benefit from the old experience in the Middle East, where different countries just try to have weaponizing the region. It's not good for the stability and the security for this specific area, because it's not just related to local interests, it's related to the international and to the superpower forces all around the world. When we are talking about the weaponizing in Lebanon, in Syria before, and before the previous regime in Iraq, they did the same, and now in Iran. So everybody is spending a large number of billions of dollars for this weapon. And at the end of the day, they are not taking any benefit. They are just trying to destroy the stability and the peaceful and the coexistence in Middle East. So we have to focus internally in our countries to build our capacity internally and to integrate each other in the Middle East in different way within the economic process and development areas.
Thank you very much indeed. And as always, for your government, you've got to have this balancing act between the various influential actors in the region, Turkey and Iran and so on, but that's a whole big area we can't go into right now. Saeed Khatibzadeh, I'm sure a lot of people in this room would be very interested in knowing what you have to say about the current track of talks between the Foreign Minister of Iran, Abbas Araghchi, and Steve Witkoff, the US envoy. You've had these talks in Oman under the auspices of al-Busaidi at his home, I believe, just 10 minutes from the airport. The Iranians were on one side of the hall in one reception room and the Americans on the other side, but apparently the two did meet briefly in the hallway as they were exiting. and more talks on the 19th of this month. So you've got your red line area of you don't want to dismantle your nuclear program at all. You want to maintain it, for civilian use and so on. And the Americans, now we know clarity from Steve Witkoff in the Fox News interview yesterday that President Trump does want the complete dismantlement of your nuclear program. So your red line, the Americans' red line, is there any hope for these talks?
May I just reflect to my first to my very beloved, old friend Abdulaziz, whom I know for many years, that we have obviously have our own understanding of different files, but labeling those files and reducing those files to one or two elements are oversimplification, and by oversimplification, probably you lose preciseness of the subject which is happening. Each of these files has its own nuances. When we are talking about Iraq, you cannot, reduce to one or two elements. When we are talking about Yemen, when we are talking about Syria, when we are talking about each of these files has their own definitions, and probably this stage is not, a good place to discuss all these issues. But let me just, assure you that now this is the time for reconciliation and rapprochement inside the region. And this enforced agenda from outside for many decades have failed. And this is why inside the region we have to, and Iran-Saudi Arabia rapprochement is one of the examples. We did it, started from Baghdad, from Iraq. The discrete talks happened first here, and then it continued and developed and wrapped up in Beijing. United States was there? No. Europeans were there? No. So it shows to what extent, if there is a will, there is a way out. Those who are coming to this region, necessarily they are not coming with good intention and goodwill. They have their own national interest in their eyes, and this is what every country on earth does. Every country on earth, national interest first. But getting back to your very important question. President Trump started with non-starter negotiating position, either bomb or paper. You remember that? When he came to office, he started with this non-starter negotiating position, very excessive one. And the response from Tehran was to rejecting the negotiation altogether. When you come with non-starter negotiating position, you get non-starter response. Then President Trump modified through the letter. The letter was a little bit complicated. It has different interpretation, as our foreign minister said. But we tried to read between the lines, and we opened up a diplomacy. Iran opened up a horizon for diplomacy through indirect talks in Oman, which we used to try under President Obama and under President Biden. After 2 weeks, President Trump sent us a message that he's ready to meet us in Oman on Saturday. We did that. The meeting was constructive. There were different issues that were subject to discuss. Of course, our differences were there, but the first assessment was that we can work out if the other side comes with workable framework. We are not negotiating on the stage. We are not negotiating in Fox News. We are negotiating in the closed room with a real agenda, which is addressing non-proliferation concern of the other side, if is genuine, and ensuring that this time the other side is not cheating and will honor its words and will remove sanctions. So the sanction relief aspect of the talks is another wing. So if we can bring the balance between these two, then we can work on an acceptable framework. Nobody, no country on earth compromise on its national security. Definitely Iran, as the oldest continuous civilization on earth, will not accept that. We know our challenges, we know our capacities. We are not going to neglect or abandon our only means of defense. So I'm sure that the American side also either has reached to this point or soon will be reaching to this point that Iran is not posing threat to any other country. Our threat perception are there. Every means that we do have are just to meeting our threat perception. And by the way, Iran is member of NPT. Iran is member of IAEA. As we are speaking, the monitoring is happening on the ground on Iran. Iran has never diverted its new peaceful nuclear activities, and Iran will never weaponize its program.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And just very quickly, because we've run out of time, a yes or no answer from all of you. I asked at the outset, new alignments, further instability in the region, yes or no? Further instability, Abdulaziz Saar?
Comme si, comme ça.
Comme si, comme ça. Minister Ahmed.
Yeah, it's one of the wishes to have this security and stability.
Okay, further instability?
I would like to say, I hope for so.
Ambassador Leaf?
High risk, but there's high opportunity.
Dareen Khalid?
I agree. I remain optimistic.
Well, that's a very good note on which to end this particular panel. Thank you to all my panelists for their very interesting, vigorous discussions. I wish we had more time. Give them a round of applause. Please stay sitting, because we now have just a couple of remarks from Cardinal Sarko, the head of the Chaldean Church in Baghdad. Please come to the stage. My panelists, please stay on the stage while the Cardinal speaks. Please stay on the stage. Thank you very much indeed. And then after that, we'll have our long-awaited lunch break. Thank you, Cardinal.
شكرا. فخامة الرئيس السابق لجمهورية العراق الدكتور برهم صالح، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة والسماحة.
Also, ladies and gentlemen, dear excellencies, first of all, thank you very much for Dr. Barham Saleh, the former president of Iraq, for his invitation, for attending this forum. And also would like to thank the American University of Sulaimani for organizing these forums, and that is going to benefit and develops the way of thinking for everything that is different that we are used to. In order to have visions and also to empower the tools of peace, and to avoid and stay away from any extremism or speeches of hatred. We know that we're going through a very difficult situation, very conflicted times. This will help us to live together in brotherhood and brethren, and God created us and to love each other and to live in peace and prosperity, and not to not to have any difficulties and wars and conflicts. Unfortunately, we're living in a world nowadays, the unpresence of law, and we see chaos and the inhumane actions in our region. In order to face these regional and international conflicts and the accumulating challenges internally, we need to work together as a country. We only can reach togetherness and durable solutions when we sit down with each other. We have a country that is very diverse and contains all sorts of people, and we were here and we're still here. We are all beneficiaries and we are all partners, and we have to respect each other and to grow together and develop together and not to hate each other. So that's why we have to leave any emotions out of it and to think logically and objectively, and we have to make those decisions bravery and That's why it's up for us to be realists, and also not to be depending on anything, but to be initiative and to take actions. Let's learn from previous mistakes and past mistakes. Let's go back to being inclusive and having a inclusive country, and we do not accept any form of offense on Iraqis and Iraq. What will make us survive and move forward is having a urban, modern, and developed country, and also building partnerships and cooperation with neighboring countries, with international countries as well. And since I'm a religious individual and man, I have to speak about religion as well. All religions are created and provided to help human beings to live together and in happiness, and prosperity. So, in order to have the right path towards God, having all of these kind of extreme religious kind of issues in the region, that creates more issues for us. And we have to go with modesty and with balance, and to provide religious studies in a very important topic, which would be according and in parallel to the modern needs. And we have to segregate and separate religion from government, from politics, and this is what is happening. What is happening in a lot of countries, that they take their laws and policies from government and politics, and not religion. Thank you very much, and wish you all the best with this. And now we will go to the lunch. والآن ننتقل إلى استراحة الغداء. شكرا جزيلا لكم.
check mic. یک دو سه چک مایک. چک مایک یک دو سه.
مظبوطة. اه. هيك مظبوطة. اه. أصفر.
Good afternoon. We will begin our session shortly. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue our program. It's my privilege and distinct honor to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Masroor Barzani, the Prime Minister of the Kurdistan Regional Government. Mr. Prime Minister. Hello, hello. Okay. We have agreed with His Excellency to conduct this interview in Kurdish, so I'm going to give you a second to put on your headset for those of you who need translation. برز جنابي سروكي حكومة خوشحالين با آمدبونت لدیداری سلیمانی گورت کردین یخوا بخیر بی
زور زور سپاسی جناب دکم خوشم زور خوشحالم که بجدارم قرباندی دیداری سلیمانی سپاسی جناب تو کاک دکتر برهم دکم بو وانگیش کردن و میوانداری من که بجدار بلم قربانده تمنای سرکوتن تمودک
سپاس دکین یخوا بخیر بی دوینه جنابت لدهوک بی دلیش زور خوش وتم اگر پیامک هبه هم بو تیمی دهوک هم بو عراق و اگر پیامک تیشت هبه پیش این بمسر
ئەو پرسیارانەی کەوا ئامادەم کردو لە جەنابتی بکەم.
زۆر سپاس وڵا لەوانەیە زۆرتان بینیتان بێ لە تەلەڤیزیۆنیش یاریەکی زۆر جوان بوو و ئەمە بۆ یەکەم جارە لە مێژووی عێراق کە یانەیەکی عێراقی ئەم یاریە باتەوە ئەم جامە باتەوە کە ئەم جارە یانەیەکی کوردستانی یانەی دهۆک توانی ئەم جامی کەندا و بباتەوە جێ دڵخۆشی هەموو لایەکمان بوو و پیرۆزبایی لە ئەوان و لە هەموو خەڵکی عێراق و بە تایبەتی خەڵکی کوردستان دەکەم و هیوادارم بەردەوام بن لە سەرکەوتن و تەمەنای سەرکەوتن بۆ یانەکانی تری کوردستانیش دەکەم.
سپاس. من حەزەکەم لە خزمەت جەناب تا هەندێک بابەتی استراتیجی باز بکەین لەسەر ئاستی نێودەوڵەتی دوایی بینە ناو ڕۆژهەڵاتی ناوەڕاست دوایی بینەوە عێراق و پاشان بینە سەر وەزعی ناوماڵی خۆمان.
من لە خزمەتم بەڵام ئەگەر ڕخسەتم بدەی یەک دوو پەیامی کورتم هەیە هەر وەک دەزانەمان ئەم ڕۆژانە ڕۆژانی تاوانە بەدنەوەکانی ئەنفالە پێم خۆشە ئێمە سەری ڕێز و نەوازش بۆ شەهیدانی ئەنفال و هەموو شەهیدانی کوردستان دابنوێنین و ئەم یادە بەرز ڕابگرین و هەموو کارێکیش بکەین بۆ ئەوەی ڕێگە نەدەین جارێکی تر ئەم جۆرە تاوانانە دووبارە بکرێنەوە و ئەمڕۆ ڕۆژی جەژنی ساڵی نوێی خوشک و برای زیدیەکانیشە بەرڤێز پیرۆزباییە سەرساڵا نوێ لە خوشک و برایت مەیەتێ زیدیت کەم لە کوردستانێ و لە مجیانێ و هیویدارم ساڵا خوشیە و سەرکەفتنێ و پێشکەفتنێ بیتن و هەر سەرکەفتی بن و زۆر زۆر سپاسیش جارێکی تر بۆ بانگەشکردن.
سپاس بۆ جەنابەت، سپاس بۆ ئامادەبوونت. قوربان، لە هەژدەمانی ڕابردوو ناوچەی ڕۆژهەڵاتی ناوەڕاست گۆڕانکاری گەورە و بەرچاوی بەخۆیەوە بینی. ئەسەد لە سووریا نەماوە، حیزبوڵڵا لاواز بووە، ئێران تا ئاستێکی زۆر لاواز بووە، ئەمریکایەکی تازە لە ئارایە کەوا پلانیان بۆ ڕۆژهەڵاتی ناوەڕاست سیاسەتیان بەرامبەر بە ڕۆژهەڵاتی ناوەڕاست لای کەم زۆر ڕوون نییە، جێی پێشبینیکردنی سەختە. جەنابتان دۆخەکە چۆن دەبینن و ڕۆڵی هەرێمی کوردستان تەسیراتی ئەم گۆڕانکاریانە لەسەر هەرێمی کوردستان چۆن دەبینن؟
پێم وایە دەوانێت زۆر زەحمەت بێ نەک بۆ من بۆ هەر کەسێک کە خوێندنەوەیەکی تەواو و ورد بۆ هەموو ئەو ڕووداوانە بکە کە ئێستا لە ئارادان، بەڵام ئەوەی دیارە گۆڕانکاریەکی خێرا و هەستیار لە ناوچەکەدا ڕوودەدا و ئەو گۆڕانکاریانەش هەندێکی
And some of those changes are unexpected, as we have seen. We have seen swift, fast changes in Syria that even the people in Syria, the governance in Syria didn't expect those. All the changes were so fast, so quick, and it has created a new condition in Syria, but at the same time, the election in the United States of America has led to formation of a new administration, a very different government in America that has a very different policy towards the Middle East. Also, the tensions and the conflicts that we see in the region, as you have highlighted, they all have a direct and indirect impact on the events in the region, and we are not exempt from those changes that are taking place. But how do we adapt ourselves to the changes that are taking place, especially the policies of the KRG, Kurdistan Regional Government, is that we do not like escalation, provocation of the security and the stability of the region. If we can play an effective role in bringing all the conflicting partners, rivals, and become a factor for stability and peace in the region, that would be really great. But we should not allow Kurdistan region to become part of the conflicts. and lead to more escalation. It's not in the interest of the people of the region, and our people are really tired. And our people deserve a dignified life, a better life, a more prosperous life, and any step towards improving peace, stability in the region, we need to find ourselves on the constructive front. If I ask you a question about America, you have a history of working with the America, and last week you had a meeting with Rubio. You have spoken with him, the Secretary of the United States of America. What are your reading and what are your key messages? What are the KRG requests from the new administration in America? I do not have a very different reading for what we see or what we hear from the Americans themselves regarding the current administration. We want to become a peaceful factor, but they want something different. They want to create peace through the use of force. Or what we call it, peace through strength. If this is their policy, then the other parties must be able to how to adapt with the policies of the United States of America. And we have a very long history of dealing with the administration of America, and the Foreign Secretary of the United States of America is a former ally and have been an advocate for the Kurdistan people, and many other politicians who high officials who are in this new government in America. They are our allies, and we exchange our ideas together, and we always try to become a constructive force and do whatever it takes to serve the interests of the people of the Kurdistan region. If I ask you a question about Syria, previously you haven't highlighted the role of Syria. There are big changes happening in Syria. We have a special panel about Syria that they're with experts who are Syrian people who are experts on Syria. But let me break down the question into two sections. Syria is a neighbor for Iraq and Kurdistan region, and has become somehow troublesome regarding ISIS, even before ISIS, or regarding all those refugees who fled the country during the civil war. My question is that, to what extent are you afraid? Are you concerned about another wave of issues, whether it can be ISIS or a new wave of refugees and displaced people? But in Syria, we also have the issue of the Kurdish people in Syria. To some extent, the Kurdish people in Syria have an opportunity like the Kurdish people in Iraq. Back in 2003, it's possible that our sisters and brothers in Syria, they can benefit from the experiment we had in Kurdistan region of Iraq. This is a rich history. We have seen a lot. We have went through a lot, and we can. There are lessons to be learned. And shared experiences. I think this is the best advice for our sisters and brothers in Syria. The most important thing is that they must be unified. The more they are unified and united, the better they can advocate for their own rights, for the justifiable rights, and for the rights of human beings, and what are the other rights they want that they seek to achieve. As you have also highlighted, Syria is a country that has diverse components regarding in terms of history, in terms of ethnicity and history. But there are also a lot of differences in Syria. especially in the Kurdistani region of Syria. Kurdish people are the majority of the people, and there are other parts where they are more allied with Turkey in the northern part of Syria. The Alawites are also in their own in the coastal areas. They are the majority, and the Druze in Syria, in the southern part of Syria, they also exist. Even the tribal Arab components in Syria, they are not unified. They are not united. That is historically related to the former regime of Syria. But there is a huge area, and there is not a strong power who could control the entire region of Syria. I don't know, for those who are more experts on the geopolitics of Syria, the area in Syria is a very large area, and to a great extent there are ISIS activities still there. According to the reports that we receive, even ISIS are increasing their activities, and in some parts there are also there are camps where ISIS members have been held prisoners in the camps. Certainly, anyway, there is lack of security or instability. There is no good economy that is responsive to the requests of the people. This will lead for more violence. Regarding the experience that we have in our region, we have seen that those areas that have better economic condition, they have better political stability and much better security in the region. So all of these points are related. Now Syria is in a different pace. After many decades of war and conflict in Syria, they need support, international support. And to a great extent, this is an opportunity to provide international support with the request for a government that's more inclusive. I mean, inclusive government where all the components participate in power, in sharing of power, and benefit from that. And all the international support must be provided for Syria in a way that all components of Syrian people benefit from it, and no one should be marginalized. And this must be reiterated. And our brethren, Kurdish brethren, can also reiterate and become part of the contribution to rebuild Syria, and in a way that the interests of all the stakeholders are considered. Just one more follow-up about Syria. Sometimes the words, the rhetoric we speak, whether it's about democracy, constitution, federalism, all of these we have heard. It's quite similar to back in 2003 and 2005 in Kurdistan, in Iraq. We have went through the same phase that we have went through a lot, and then after 2003 we had a new political experiment. Sometimes federalism has been interpreted differently. There are different interpretations for federalism. If we analyze this history, what should the Syrian officials do? What are the lessons learned? I think that the most important thing is the intention. Intention is the most important thing. If we have the intention to coexist, to have a peaceful coexistence, then it's so easy. We can find a means. Where there is a way, there is a will. Federalism, if you don't believe in it, even if you have a document, even if you have a written document, it can be neglected, it can be marginalized, it can be misinterpreted, and not to be implemented. But if there is a good intention behind federalism, and if there is an arrangement for the Syrian people to all come together, if you bring all the parties in Syria, convince them to work together, and bring them together, they all together can create a better government, create a new administration. I hope that all the parties who are against federalism just be able to change themselves, because federalism is not about weakening the authorities of the state. No, federalism is more about acknowledging the rights of different components, of different communities, and they all complement each other. So federalism, if they see federalism as a source, and then this will bring all the parties together. But if there are different interpretation, if they see federalism as a kind of separatism, then the intention is not to agree. So we think that there is this experience in Iraq, and this can become part of the lesson learned for the people in Syria.
In fact, I wanted to ask that question. If you talked about all the regions of Kurdistan, all the parts of Kurdistan, one more question about the message from Öcalan. There's a peace process in Turkey, and there was a peace process, but the war began again. So it's a beginning for a new peace process. What's the difference? How optimistic are you that the peace will come and stabilization will come, that the rights of the Kurds will be implemented? And before, there were many times, there were many trials for peace to be an alternative for war and conflict, but peace cannot be made with one side. Like all the sides of the conflict should be ready to go towards a solution, peaceful solution. This time, when we see in Turkey that there are changes in the opinions of the extremists, extremists are talking about peace, and parties are talking about peace and agreements. This is the difference that is being seen. The message by Mr. Öcalan, which demands peace, and on the other side, the MHP, the nationalist party that talks about peace, and the authorities in Turkey that say this peaceful solution is the best way for development. These are all positive developments and effective developments. It depends on how to treat this situation. And there are some sides which are not which don't have interest in developing this process. The will for peace and the will for being successful in this should be stronger than the will for the prevention of peace. I hope this will be implemented, and peace will be replaced by peace. Let's go to Iran. Yes, as you like. So there are many questions about Iran. I will talk about the Kurdish issue in Iran. Iran is weakened. Assad which was an ally for Iran. Hezbollah in Lebanon weakened, and Israel for the first time came to a war together. And now Trump administration is treating Iran in two different ways: peace through strength, and says. Let's speak softly. So one way for negotiations, and the other is threatening the regime in Iran. In this situation between U.S. and Iran, how would be the situation in Kurdistan region and the future of Kurdistan region? And the question is that the Kurds in Rojava, Eastern Kurdistan, how will their situation be? What you say, the question is, who do you ask? Iran is weakened according to what? Against who? Against characters in the region? No, Iran is not a weak state. Iran has impacts, still impacts. And Iran is our neighbor, and in many stages they were helpful and supportive, and we had friendly relations together, and we have very friendly relationships with the U.S., and they were always supportive and helpful in crisis and in anti-terror war. And we are talking about the U.S. that is an ally, a close ally, and as Kurds and as Iraqis. There is no way that we can say Kurds can be on one side or the other. So we respect the relationships with Iran, and we respect the relationship with the U.S., and we can be a factor to which make the opinions of these sides close together for stabilization of the region. It's not in the interest of the Kurds to be a part of the problem, but we can be an effective side for solving the problems. And it's also true for the Kurds in Eastern Kurdistan, in Iran, and all the parts of Kurdistan. Let's talk about Erbil and Baghdad, the central federal government. One point in the view of Washington is the reopening of the pipeline of the petrol from Kurdistan, for which the companies can export the petrol to the markets, and KRG will have a role in the markets. We know that there were negotiations, meetings. Mr. Amanj and the Minister of Petrol have been going and coming back to Baghdad. Companies participated, and is it a priority for KRG? It's a priority for KRG and for the Baghdad government. When do we see the solution? I hope it will be as soon as possible. If you allow me, I can talk about this, the roots of the problem. In the beginning, when we started to export petrol from Kurdistan, it was after they cut off the budget of the Kurdistan. So it was a decision from Baghdad. Then we started from exporting petrol, and after many years. With the war against ISIS and receiving 200,000 refugees, while we had no budget, it was a very tough situation. That the previous cabinets could manage this situation, and so unfortunately it brought a big loan on KRG. It began with the cutting of the budget of the Kurdistan region. After that, there were legal issues and problems in the courts that the federal government sued Turkey in Paris that the export of the petrol should be stopped in 2023 as a result of a decision by the court. The export of the Kurdistani petrol is stopped. Since then, as Kurdistan region, we have lost $23 billion. More than $23 billion, and the loss was not compensated. So, as someone says, we were the one who got benefit. Iraq lost, Kurdistan lost, and Turkey lost as well. There was no one who got benefit from stopping the export of petrol to of Kurdistan. Recently, there were many meetings, dense meetings between the Minister of Petrol and the office of the Prime Minister of Baghdad and in Iraq, and we expressed ourselves and what we did to reach a common result, so that the petrol of the Kurdistan region can be exported through the pipeline through Turkey, and somehow would do this, would sell the petrol. We agreed on that. There are some points which are still there. There needs an approval by the companies, international companies, which are working and investing in Kurdistan. They have been here. the type of the contracts and the companies, the petrol companies, is different than the companies working in the other parts of Iraq. Respecting these contracts is a main issue, and they are demanding for it, and they sued in the Iraqi governments, and the Iraqi courts approved these contracts, so there's no need anymore to have problems about it. But these companies also demand guarantee, because a part of the problem is the cost of the production. The cost of the production, they demand the cost of the production. Without the petrol of the Kurdistan being exported, the Soma should find a mechanism how they pay them, and we have agreed on it with the federal government. We have agreed on this, and so that the third party should work on this and do research and find the real cost. We have agreed on this too, but it's not implemented yet, because the guarantees the companies are demanding should be solved, so that the export of the oil should be started again, which is in the benefit of everyone. In my latest meeting with the Iraqi Prime Minister, we agreed on that. The technical teams should go back to Baghdad and have a meeting with the Ministry of Petrol in Baghdad to talk about the technical issues, and so they will be solved, and the export of petrol will be started. These details are legals, technicals issues, and these are not some political issue. And the Prime Minister of Iraq said that it's the first time the negotiations between KRG and Baghdad are technicals and legal. The intentions, do you see an intention for solving the problems? Because according to this, if it's not political, it's technical, it's legal, then there won't be much time to solve it. The solution is near. Of course, the problem is political at first, then technical and legal. But if there's a political will, then these problems, which we are talking about, will be solved. So that's why we are talking about the intentions. This is a good news, and this is a new evaluation for the relationships between Erbil and Baghdad. Let's be back to our home, to the Kurds. This will be the two last questions. There were elections held. Everybody congratulated that there was a good election, but there's no government yet formed. You have been here many times in Sulaimani. You have seen Mr. Baful many times. Mr. Baful have visited many times and came to Erbil. Where's the government? When will it be formed? Thankfully, thanks God, the dialogues are ongoing. There are details. Our teams are working on it. Some of them which are here, they are working on it. They are trying to find common points on the agenda of the governance, which is the core of the meetings, and they have paced a long way, and they are in the final results, the final stage. I hope as soon as the common agenda will be finished, and it will be the formation of the government and the distribution of the ministries, and I hope again everybody will hurry up, and me is one of them. I say it's in the interest of the Kurdistan people, the formation of the government as soon as possible. The change in the region need us to do this, and need us to be one voice, need us to have one stand, and we have one good government, and the parliament will be active, so we can face the challenge in the region and be ready for the change in the future. Is there a fear of being there two administrations, relationships between KDP and PUK will be worsened again? That elections were so tense, and you now have the slogan of reform as you became the prime minister. There's a good reform in electricity, in transparency, in finance, and making the sources of finance various, but still the salaries is in the news, coming salaries. But the visitors are still in the news. Do you think that?
Do you think that the next government will be able to address and tackle all the services and the issues considering public payroll and salaries? Will the next government will be able to solve all the problem? Yes, of course. I think the government is a means for achieving an agenda, that is to serve the people. What's the job of the government? The government function is to serve the people. To be able to serve people and make life easier for the people. You're talking about salary. Honestly, it's really sad to make the public payrolls a news, breaking news, a subject for breaking news. We in Kurdistan, salary is just a basic right. It's a basic right for any staff members, any public payroll staff members to receive their salary at the end of the month. But here we have a problem within the system. Iraq has an economy that's based on cash, that's a cash-based economy. Those countries that have a cash-based economy, they will not be able to have an international standard and make a speedy progress. So there is a limit for our economy not to improve. So what we want to do in Kurdistan region is to institutionalize our economy, whether it can be through the banking system, paying public payroll salaries, and involving people in decision making, people owning their own banking, far from political mood, far from political rivalry, and or the party intervention in prevention, whatever. Those should be far from the economy of the country. So if the government should be the only part that deals with the salary of the people. We had a program. Unfortunately, there was not a unanimous political consensus on our program, especially by the different opposition groups. But I can say honestly, frankly say that certainly those who participated in the project, they have the best answer, because according to the rates, the statistics that we have carried out, more than 95% of those people who participated in this program, they have become beneficiary. One of the thing is the my account subject. So there is no justification, there is no excuse to stop the My Account program that we have started, and there were misinterpretation, there was different propaganda. It's in the interest of the citizen. People will own their own bank account, they will be able to deal with their own bank account and to deal with their own financial independence. And this is the government is doing it in its best interest of the people, and it's also improving the economic and financial infrastructure of the region. And a change needs to be done from a cash-based economy into a bank-based economy. This is much better for everyone. And there is no need always not to have a bank credit and not be able to pay the salary. So this way, with this new system, we will be able to pay the salary on time, and all those people who participated in the project, they have become a beneficiary. Maybe some of the people, a very few percentage of the people who were not able to, were not familiar with the banking system. So only 1% of those people faced problems. I'm not saying let everyone support My Account project, but of course no party should be able to prevent the programs of the government that this project should not continue. I hope this will continue, and together we can serve the people in Kurdistan. That's one part. And I can certainly say that we were very successful in implementing the project, and the results speak for themselves. And they answer all the negative propaganda directed against, especially the new electricity project that we have announced, providing 24 hours access to electricity. And also this has also been politicized, and that's also not true, that people pay a higher electricity bill. I hope that I had more time to talk about this. We are not going to increase the bills for the people, because the majority of those people participate in the electricity project. Only 20% people are complaining about that. It is because they are themselves responsible, because they consume more electricity and they don't want to pay the higher cost for higher consumption of electricity. So if you use less electricity, you will pay less. So you are responsible for your consuming of electricity. We have, for the last 3 decades, suffered from electricity infrastructure. I hope that in the near future we are able to give good tidings for the people in Kurdistan, that there major focus on the main big cities, Erbil, Duhok, Aulir, Halabja and Sulaimani will be able to have 24 hours access to electricity. And so the money that they pay for the government, they consider that as a cost, but the money that they pay for the local generators, they don't see that as a cost. Now the government, on behalf of all those local generators, we are providing electricity, so the citizen must be able to pay the due, pay the cost. So I don't want to go into all the details, but the overall total cost of consumption will be reduced for average citizen. But if you consume a lot of electricity, of course you have to pay higher. The government has not increased the bill of electricity, and we don't intend to make life more difficult for our citizens. We want to provide better services at a reasonable price and a cheaper price than previously provided for the people. And this is not only a promise. This is something I have done. I have implemented. This is not something that I'm saying I will do. This is something we have done. On the other hand, there's a subject of water. The water, electricity, and salary are very fundamental for all the people. Regarding water, especially in Duhok and Aulir, we are suffering from lack of water resources. We started a big project for that was emergency first aid for the biggest ZAB in providing water for the people in Erbil, and we will see the result in the near future. And in all the other cities, we also want to focus more on public services like water and electricity and make life easier for the people. This is the task. This is the main function of the government. The government is only created to serve the people, how to make people happy, how to make people satisfied, how to provide better public services. And I hope that those people who are experts should be able to explain the pros and cons of these projects for the people, for the public perception, and to see to what extent people's perception has changed. I hope that we can continue with our reform project, and this is something we cannot do it alone. We need the support and collaboration of all the political parties. We need the support of the people of Kurdistan. So the citizens of Kurdistan, they are the center for making reform projects successful. My questions for you are just like the Prime Minister of the Kurdistan region. My final question for you is like the question as a deputy for the secretary of the PDK party regarding the Kurdish political parties. We always say that with other Kurdistani partners, we always say that if we cannot all become one party, if we all cannot be one political party, then we can have one political stance. We can be more unified, we can be more united, especially on national issues, the issues that are more national, that are more important for everyone. So we should always try to cooperate with each other to advocate for our rights that are enshrined in the Iraqi constitution, but they have not been implemented yet. So in terms of the disputed areas of Kurdistan region, there has been some prevention of the Kurdish farmers to go back to their farms and do agriculture. So these are important issues. We cannot diminish all our issues and problems that we have. And we all need to be unified in a national and patriotic sense. We can find a solution and we can correct and or amend the forms of government in Baghdad as well. The election that are being carried out in the future in Iraq, I think God willing, they will have a positive result and all parties can participate in the election. And the best form of government is democracy and election. And election is the heart, is the cornerstone and the main pillar of democracy. And I hope, wish success for all the parties. And I hope that the Kurdistani parties play a much more important role in Baghdad, not only to advocate for the people of Kurdistan region, but advocate for the implementation of the constitution in all of Iraq. And we will provide and be able to provide support for other people at the Iraqi level and to implement all the articles of the Constitution. Your Excellency, Prime Minister Masroor Barzani, the Prime Minister of Kurdistan Regional Government, very welcome to Sulaimani Forum, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and thank you, Dr. Bilal, for that thoughtful conversation. Dear guests, please remain at your seats as our next panel is beginning shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel begins soon. Please remain at your seats. please remain at your seats as our next panel is beginning shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seats. Our next panel is beginning very shortly. Please return to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seats. Our next panel is beginning very shortly. Dear guests, please return to your seats and allow me to welcome our next guest. Ladies and gentlemen, our panelists are waiting for you to get back to your seats so we can continue with our session. Please return to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seats. We now continue with the one-on-one section on Iraq's energy sector. We now continue with the one-on-one session on Iraq's energy sector. Please welcome His Excellency Hayyan Abdul Ghani, Deputy Prime Minister for Energy Affairs and Minister of Oil. Joined by our moderator, Ra'ad Al-Qadri.
Good afternoon. It's a very great pleasure to be here at the Sulaimani Forum. Mr. President, thank you for inviting me against your better instincts. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Deputy Prime Minister, we're going to talk about oil for a little bit. I think it's fair to say that if the Tigris and Euphrates were the above-ground flows that made Iraq's ancient civilization, the modern country has been very much based around oil. It's the lifeblood of the economy, it's the lifeblood of finances, and it's provided a great deal of potential and opportunity. It's also, I think, fair to say, to have been the source of some political challenges. It's a catalyst for disputes over territory, over politics. And I think there's been an understanding by a whole host of Iraqi parties, factions, groups, and otherwise, that you have a simple equation, which is oil equals money and money equals power. And that has made it a very, very contentious issue. Nonetheless, Iraq has a huge amount of potential. It has realized a great deal of potential. And in the midst of the other transitions that we are seeing taking place politically and otherwise in the region, Iraq and its role in the region, its role in OPEC, its role as a regional and global supplier are all in the midst of being changed as well. So it's a great pleasure, Dr. Hayyan, to be able to interview you and be able to ask you some questions. I'm going to kick off with perhaps one of the more political questions. We heard from His Excellency, the Prime Minister of the regional government, about hopes that the deadlock over exports through the Northern Pipeline would be resolved soon. Obviously, there was a deal in February between the Kurdistan Regional Government and the federal government over a budget deal that was supposed to unlock that. But at the same time, we hear that there are significant obstacles and that there are problems that still need to be resolved or issues that still need to be resolved. So I wonder, from your perspective and from Baghdad's perspective, what is the blockage? What is the thing that is standing in the way of being able to start these exports, which will benefit the country as a whole?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم جميعا ورحمة الله وبركاته. موضوع تصدير نفط الإقليم كما تعلمون هو أساسا موضوع موجود ضمن موازنة الدولة العراقية. والحقيقة كان هنالك تواصل استمر أكثر من سنة ونص مع الأخوة في حكومة الإقليم، وتحديدا مع وزارة الثروات الطبيعية في الإقليم، حول آلية تفعيل تصدير النفط عبر الأنبوب العراقي التركي. كما تعلمون كان هنالك قضية مرفوعة من قبل في المحاكم الدولية من قبل الحكومة السابقة، وبموجب هذه القضية تم كسب الموضوع، وقررت في وقتها هذه المحكمة إيقاف تصدير نفط الإقليم أو الحقيقة إيقاف اعتماد الأنبوب لنقل نفط الإقليم، وبالتالي توقفت عملية تصدير النفط عبر ميناء جيهان. وبضوء ذلك يعني صارت كثيرا من المفاوضات والمحادثات مع الأخوة في وزارة الثروات الطبيعية، كان الهدف من عندها أنه العودة إلى تصدير هذا النفط، بحكم أنه هنالك حاجة ماسة لذلك، سواء كانت لتعزيز موارد الدولة العراقية لدعم الموازنات العامة سواء للحكومة الاتحادية أو لحكومة الإقليم. صدر قانون الموازنة في وقته، ولم يحدد يعني كان هنالك يعني ضمن قانون الموازنة حدد سعر للنفط الخام لا يتجاوز $6 أو $7 لكل برميل. هذا الرقم أو هذا المبلغ لا يسد حاجة العقود النفطية الموقعة في إقليم كردستان. يعني معظم هذه العقود طبيعي كما تعلمون هي عقود مشاركة أساساً، مو عقود خدمة. العقود اللي موجودة عندنا احنا في اللي وقعتها وزارة النفط مع شركات IOC المختلفة هي عقود خدمة، وبالتالي فأجر يعني أجر إنتاج برميل النفط لا يسد القيمة الحقيقية للشركات العاملة في الإقليم. بضوء ذلك يعني حتى يعني صارت هنالك مفاوضات مع حكومة الإقليم لتعديل قانون الموازنة، واستطاعت يعني هذه المفاوضات من تحقيق الهدف المطلوب، وهو تعديل هذا القانون بفرض مبلغ على سبيل السلفة ابتداء، لأن مو مبلغ نهائي هو بالنسبة إلى إنتاج برميل النفط، وإنما مبلغ يعتبر كسلفة أولية. هذا المبلغ هو $16 لكل برميل لإنتاج قيمة إنتاج النفط والنقل عبر الأنبوب اللي يوصل إلى الأنبوب العراقي التركي. فلذلك يعني بعد مصادقة البرلمان العراقي، طبعا بالبداية كان هنالك يعني عدم وضوح أو عدم فهم بالنسبة للأخوة في البرلمان، لذلك يعني اللجنة المالية عقدنا معها اجتماعات متكررة بهدف أنه توضيح هذا الأمر، وأوضحنا لهم بأن كان يعني الفرق بين المبلغ الأساسي الموجود في قانون الموازنة والمبلغ المقترح القاب كبيرة، يعني من $6 أو $7 إلى $16. فأوضحنا بأن هنالك أيضا لدينا هنالك حقول كلفة إنتاج البرميل ما لا تتجاوز $20. عندنا يعني حقل بدرة وحقل الأحدث أكثر من $23 لكل برميل. السبب أنه ربما يتساءل أي واحد من الحاضرين أنه عقد الرميلة كلفة إنتاج البرميل دولار يعني لا تتجاوز $3 أو $4. هذه حقول كبيرة، فبالتالي يعني الأرباح المتحققة من هذا العدد الكبير من البراميل النفط راح يكون يسد الحاجة يعني المحلية. إضافة إلى هنالك يعني موضوع فني أنه الحقول العاملة في الإقليم نحن نقر بأنها حقول صعبة، طبوغرافية المنطقة معقدة، عمليات الحفر تحتاج كلف كبيرة لتمكين الشركات من حفر الآبار النفطية، إضافة إلى أنه هذه الحقول أساسا هي قليلة في إنتاجيتها. يعني أكو حقول موجودة في الإقليم لا تتجاوز إنتاجيتها 20-25 ألف برميل، مقارنة بحقل مثل حقل الرميلة اللي ينتج 1,450,000 برميل يوميا من النفط الخام، وبالتالي فبالتأكيد أنه تصير الكلفة شوية عالية. لذلك تم إقرار بشكل أولي قيمة إنتاج البرميل $16، ووضعت آلية حقيقة لتنفيذ هذا التعديل. الآلية كانت تتضمن أنه $16 هو مو القيمة النهائية، وإنما هو على سبيل السلفة، ويتم تحديد الكلفة من خلال شركة استشارية، باعتبار أنه الحقول مو متشابهة في كلف إنتاجها، وبالتالي لازم يعني راح يتم اختيار جهة استشارية مقبولة من الطرفين تدقق عملية إنتاج كل حقل من هذه الحقول، وتحدد على ضوء ذلك تحدد القيمة الحقيقية لإنتاج برميل النفط. فالحقول اللي يعني تنحسب عليها أنه كلفة الإنتاج أكثر من 16 فيدفع الفرق تبعا لذلك. هاي الفقرة الأولى. الفقرة الثانية هي موضوع الاستهلاك الداخلي. الاستهلاك الداخلي أساسا في قانون الموازنة حدد ب $46,000 ألف برميل يوميا. هذا يستخدم إلى الاستهلاك الداخلي، يعني لتشغيل المصافي الداخلية. وعلى ضوء الباقي البالانس لازم أنه يروح يسلم إلى سومو لأغراض التصدير. إضافة لذلك واحدة من الفقرات الأخرى أنه قانون الموازنة حدد إنتاج الإقليم ب 400,000 برميل يوميا. الأرقام اللي وصلت لنا يعني من خلال المفاوضات ابتداء أول مرة من خلال المراسلات أنه الإقليم سوف ينتج 286,000 برميل يوميا، وحدد 115,000 برميل مو 46 للاستهلاك الداخلي. هنالك يعني اكو ملاحظات موجوده. الحقيقه احنا يعني كوزاره نفط عقدنا جولتين او 3 جولات من الاجتماعات مع الاخوه الفنيين في من الاقليم، وصار اتفاق على عدد من الملاحظات التي اثيرت خلال الاجتماعات المتكرره. الا انه الشركات رادت تاكيد بانه شلون تقدر تستلم حقها من النفط المنتج. ابلغناهم احنا هو قانون، والقانون يعني ملزم للطرفين لكل الاطراف، ومع ذلك يعني تم استحصال كتاب من وزاره بتوقيع الوزيره حصرا بانه تتعهد بدفع هذه المبالغ الى الشركات المنتجه في الاقليم. أثيرت فقرة أخرى، هنالك بعض الديون أو القروض التي استحصلت من هذه الشركات، ويجب أنه الحكومة الاتحادية أيضا تتفق يعني لتسديدها. فأوضحناها، احنا قلنا يعني هو قانون، والقانون صار عليه تعديل، واحنا بالمفاوضات ملزمين بتنفيذ القانون. هذه لم تذكر في القانون، بالامكان يعني التفاوض عليها بعد تنفيذ هذا، لان احنا بصراحه يعني كميه انتاج النفط التي تنتج في الاقليم تخصم من حصه العراق في الاوبك. يعني حصه العراق في الاوبك هي 4,431,000 برميل يوميا. هنالك قطعين صارا. القطع الاول هو الزامي لكل الدول اللي هو 211,000 برميل، والقطع الثاني هو كان اختياري. 8 دول في اوبك اتفقت على تخفيض يعني بكميه من النفط الخام، فصارت حصه العراق من التخفيض 220,000 برميل يوميا. فتوتر التخفيض يعني بقى حصه العراق في الاوبك هي 4 ملايين برميل يوميا. طبيعي يحسب، احنا ما كان عندنا خبر بانه الانتاج الاقليم يحسب على الحكومه الاتحاديه، بس اتضح بانه من خلال تقارير المصادر الثانويه السكندري سورسز اللي تشتغل في هذا المجال، تقريبا 8 مصادر ثانويه، يتم اعتماد معدلات الارقام التي يعني تقدمها الى الامانه العامه لمنظمه اوبك. ف 200 تقريبا او 286 الى 300 الف برميل يوميا يحسب على العراق هذا الانتاج، وبالتالي احنا يعني ملزمين بانه ان نعالج هذه المساله. فذهبنا باتجاه تقليص الانتاج في الحكومه الاتحاديه، وبالتالي هذا انعكس على صادرات النفط. احنا كنا في مرحله من المراحل نصدر اكثر من 3,450,000 برميل، ولكن انخفض التصدير، خفضناه الى 3,300، يعني بسبب حتى نقدر عوضنا جزء من الانتاج الداخلي للاستهلاك الداخلي، والجزء الاخر من التصدير. وبالتالي فاحنا حريصين كل الحرص على انه تطبيق قانون الموازنه والمباشره الفوريه بعمليه استلام نفط الاقليم وتصديره عبر شركه سومو. طبيعي بالمناسبه هنالك 4 شركات بالاتفاق مع الاخوه في وزارة الثروات الطبيعية بالإقليم هي المخولة بشراء نفط الإقليم، ويعني سومو قامت بتوقيع العقود مع هذه الشركات، وانتهت هاي في الفترة السابقة، وانتهت هذه العقود وتم تجديدها أيضا حتى نكون جاهزين في أي لحظة لتصدير النفط عبر الأنبوب العراقي التركي. هنالك يعني احنا ما حقيقة لم تغلق الأبواب، وإنما الأبواب مفتوحة للمفاوضات، لذلك تم الاتفاق مؤخرا على استئناف هذه المفاوضات، وإن شاء الله يوم السبت سيكون هنالك وفد من وزارة الثروات الطبيعية في بغداد لإكمال عملية التفاوض، وإن شاء الله يعني نحن كلنا أمل بأن نتوصل إلى اتفاق وتصدير هذه الكمية، لأنه هنالك حاجة ماسة طبيعي لتعزيز موارد الدولة العراقية، سيما بعد يعني الظروف التي حدثت بالنسبة إلى انخفاض أسعار النفط. يعني كما تعلمون كان النفط احنا بعناه في فترة من الفترات بأكثر من $80 للبرميل، الآن انخفض إلى 61-62 دولار، وبالتالي هذا أثر تأثير كبير على موارد الدولة العراقية، فلازم نعوض هذا من خلال زيادة الصادرات من سواء من جيهان أو من منافذ البصرة إن شاء الله.
Thank you for that very detailed response. I have two follow-ups, if I may. One said there would be negotiations taking place this Saturday, and hopefully you can reach a quick agreement. If an agreement isn't reached quickly, does election politics start to get in the way of reaching agreement before November? Is it possible that politics will start to interfere with the process?
هو طبيعي كما تعلم، يعني كان في زيارة دولة رئيس الوزراء الأخيرة إلى الإقليم والمحادثات مع الأخوة في يعني حكومة الإقليم، كان هنالك هذه اللي يعني خلينا نقول عجلت بعملية عودة المفاوضات. الهدف من عندها والهدف من المفاوضات ليس المفاوضات، وإنما الهدف التوصل إلى حلول بالتأكيد، فنحن إن شاء الله منفتحين لذلك، وإن شاء الله يعني كلنا أمل بأنه نتوصل إلى اتفاق خلال هذه المفاوضات إن شاء الله.
The second part of what you were talking about is a longer-term vision in terms of being able to increase production, in terms of being able to increase Iraq's overall capacity and obviously its export capacity as well. But that, as you mentioned, also starts to create pressures in terms of supply and demand, but also starts to create debate within OPEC. So really, I have two questions for you. One is, what's your view of where Iraqi production will be in 5 years' time? And if OPEC is resistant to Iraq's plans, can you ever foresee a moment where Iraq separates from OPEC?
ابتداء أولا نحن حريصين كل الحرص على وحدة دول الأوبك، يعني أجاوبك من الأخير حتى. بس مع هذا العراق لديه حقوق كثيرة، يعني العراق كما تعلم مر بظروف قاسية، خلال هذه الظروف كان لم يستطع من تطوير حقوله النفطية وزيادة إنتاجه من النفط الخام بسبب الحصار وبسبب الأعمال العبثية للنظام السابق، وبالتالي فمن حق العراق أنه يزود حصته في الأوبك. الإمكانيات المتوفرة حاليا، نحن يعني هنالك كثير من العقود التي وقعت مع شركات مختلفة في مختلف أنحاء العراق، سواء في الجنوب أو في الوسط أو في مناطق الشمال. الهدف من هذه العقود هي زيادة الطاقة الإنتاجية لهذه الحقول. الهدف من عندها أنه زيادة قدرة العراق الإنتاجية لإنتاج النفط، وفي نفس الوقت زيادة احتياطيات العراق فيما يخص النفط الخام والغاز، لتعزيز مكانته الدولية في كأحد المنتجين الرئيسيين لمصادر الطاقة الرئيسية، واللي هو النفط الخام والغاز. فلذلك يعني الحصة التي المحددة للعراق هي لا تتناسب مع الطاقة الحقيقية أو القدرة الحقيقية للإنتاج. العراق اليوم احنا يعني قابليتنا الإنتاجية تزيد على 5 مليون برميل يوميا عدا إنتاج الإقليم. إذا عند إضافة إنتاج الإقليم اللي هو 400 أو 450 ألف برميل ربما يصل إلى 6 ملايين. ولكن حرصا من العراق على وحدة دول الأوبك واستقرار السوق النفطية التزمنا خلال هذه الفترة بمعدلات الإنتاج المحددة والمتفق عليها. يعني أما أنه خروج العراق من أوبك لا، إن شاء الله ما راح نخرج، ولكن علينا أن نقنع دول الأوبك بأنه تزيد من حصة العراق حتما إن شاء الله.
I want to ask, and I'm being told that we're running out of time, but I want to ask a question about investment. Obviously, you've signed 2 big deals in the last 2 and a bit years, one with TotalEnergies, one with BP. Both have been direct negotiations, and both have been deals that have also included elements of gas and power. In the Total one, you obviously have renewables as well. So I wondered 2 things. One is, does that mean that this is the direction that Iraq is going to move in terms of negotiating in the future, particularly for some of the bigger fields that you're talking about and the bigger opportunities? And the second question is, in all of those companies, and actually in terms of the companies that do participate in Iraq, one of the things that is lacking is big US companies. I wondered how much thought has been to trying to attract those US companies, and particularly given some of the politics of the moment, whether you feel any pressure to try and deal with the American companies more directly and more urgently.
عفوا، طبيعي الشركات الأمريكية هي كانت حاضرة، وحضورها كان من جولة التراخيص الأولى، يعني قبل بال2008 أو 2009. وواحدة من أهم هذه الشركات التي تم توقيع العقود معها هي شركة أكسن موبل الأمريكية لتطوير حقل غرب القرنة 1. وحقيقة يعني كانت لدينا علاقات طيبة مع هذه الشركة، وأنا كنت في مرحلة من المراحل رئيس لجنة الإدارة المشتركة عندما كنت في نفط البصرة ل3 سنوات مع هذه الشركة. شركة تعمل بجدية ويعني بعلمية في تطوير هذه الحقول، واستطاعت أن تحقق نتائج جيدة. ولكن في الفترة الأخيرة يعني مع بداية استلام هذه الحكومة تقدمت شركة أكسن موبل بالانسحاب من حقل غرب القرنة، وكانت هنالك معارضة من قبل وزارة النفط على انسحاب شركة أكسن موبل باعتبارها واحدة من الشركات الرصينة يعني الشركة التي تعمل بشفافية عالية جدا. لكن أجبرتنا هذه الشركة على الانسحاب، وقبلنا بقرار الانسحاب لأنها هددت بالذهاب إلى التحكيم إذا لم نوافق على انسحابها من حقل غرب القرنة. وحقيقة أنا تحدثت معهم طويلا حول هذا الموضوع. يبدو أنه الموضوع موضوع اقتصادي، يعني حصل هنالك يعني أجابوني بكل صراحة بأن هنالك عقود في إفريقيا أحسن مما يعني نسبة الربحية التي يمكن تحقيقها أكثر من الربحية اللي موجودة في حقل غرب القرنة، لذلك انسحبت. كذلك بالنسبة للشركات الأمريكية الأخرى، مع بداية سقوط النظام في 2003 أول شركات اجت وعملت في الحقول النفطية هي الشركات الأمريكية، ولا تزال هذه الشركات موجودة، يعني على رأسها شركة هاليبرتون وشركة شلمبرجر وشركة وذرفورد. وتمتلك هذه الشركات يعني كامز كبيرة، يعني مقرات كبيرة جدا في مناطق في حقول البصرة، وبالأخص في مناطق الرميلة، ولحد الآن مستمرة بالعمل. فلذلك يعني احنا ما عندنا أي تحديدات بالنسبة للشركات الأمريكية. ومع هذا يعني أنا يعني أحب أن يعني أذكر هذه أن هنالك خطاب شركات أمريكية، وتم تحديد أسمائها كشركة أكسن موبل وشركة شيفرون وشركة أوكسيدنتال. سيتم دعوتها للمشاركة في لتطوير بعض الرقع الاستكشافية الواعدة، سواء كانت في جنوب العراق أو في المناطق الغربية.
And will that be done through direct negotiation or through bid rounds?
لا، سوف يتم دعوة هذه الشركات حصريا. يعني لم تكون هنالك منافسة مع أي جهة أخرى، وإنما تتنافس هذه الشركات مع بعضها للمشاركة في تطوير هذه الحقول بحكم الإمكانيات الكبيرة التي تمتلكها هذه الشركات، سيما أنه قسم من هذه الرقع هي رقعة غازية، وكما تعلمون هنالك حاجة كبيرة للعراق لزيادة إنتاجه من الغاز لتشغيل محطات الكهرباء.
And I guess that's one final question. You know Basra extremely well. Basra during the summer can get very hot, and the population can get equally hot. And over the course of several summers, we've seen demonstrations about electricity, etc. With some of the challenges that Iraq now faces, what do you see as being the short-term solutions? Things like floating LNG could take some time, but what are the short-term solutions for this summer, and particularly it being a summer before elections?
واحدة من خطط وزارة النفط هي استيراد الغاز المسال، ونحن نعمل بجدية لهذا المشروع. لذلك هنالك مشروع ينفذ حاليا لربط ميناء خور الزبير بشبكة أنابيب الغاز التي توصل الغاز سواء إلى محافظة البصرة أو إلى المحافظات الوسطى والعاصمة بغداد. لذلك هنالك أعمال تم تنفيذها من خلال مد أنابيب بقطر 42 عقدة لنقل الغاز المقرر استيراده من الدول التي تمتلك الغاز المسال. العملية هي وصلت إلى مراحل متقدمة، معظم الأنابيب تم تنفيذها، والآن هنالك مفاوضات مع الشركات التي تمتلك منصات عائمة ليتم نصبها في ميناء خور الزبير، تربط مع هذه الأنابيب التي تم تنفيذها لإيصال الغاز، بعد ما يتحول من غاز مسال إلى عملية إلى الحالة الغازية خلال هذه الأنابيب، ليتم إيصالها إلى بشكل رئيسي إلى محطة بسماية، هذه المحطة الكبيرة التي تولد أكثر من 4500 ميجا واط إن شاء الله. إضافة لذلك وزارة النفط لديها مشاريع كبيرة فيما يخص استثمار الغاز. كل الغاز احنا استلمنا الوزارة كانت نسبة الغاز المستثمر لا تتجاوز 53%. الآن وصلت نسبة الغاز إلى 67%، ومن المؤمل زيادتها قبل نهاية هذا العام إلى 70% من الغاز الذي يحرق حاليا. هنالك شركة غاز البصرة اللي هي شركة مشتركة بين شيل وشركة غاز الجنوب، وتعمل بمشاريع واعدة لتطوير إمكانياتها. كذلك هنالك أيضا شركة مثل شركة توتال تم التعاقد معها لاستثمار الغاز من 5 حقول نفطية. الآن يحرق الغاز في 80% من الغاز المتولد من هذه الحقول يحرق حاليا، ولكن إن شاء الله بفضل هذا العقد الذي تم توقيعه، وقعنا هذا العقد طبيعي كان هذا من العقود التي كانت مجمدة في زمن الحكومات السابقة مع كل الأسف، ولا مع استلامنا لهذه الوزارة الحمد لله استطعنا أن نحقق توقيع هذا العقد مع شركة توتال. وشركة توتال كما معروف هي شركة مقتدرة ومتمكنة. طبيعي ذكرت قطر حضرتك، بعدين شركة توتال باعت جزء من حصتها إلى قطر، شركة قطر للغاز، وأيضا الشركتين يعملون بجدية وبخطى واضحة لتحقيق استثمار الغاز وزيادة الغاز المستثمر واحدة من الأمور الرئيسية أيضا اللي تم اعتمادها مع هذه الشركة أنه الذهاب بمرحلة معجلة لاستثمار الغاز، والحمد لله يعني تحققت هذه الرغبة، وتم إقرار تنفيذ مرحلة معجلة بطاقة تقريبا تصل إلى 50 مليون قدم مكعب من الغاز من المؤمل إنجازها مع نهاية هذا العام. هذه كلها هي الهدف من ذلك هو أنه تعزيز قدرة العراق في استثمار الغاز وتوجيهه باتجاه تشغيل محطات الكهرباء.
Thank you very much for the very clear and detailed answers. Mr. Minister, it's been a great pleasure. And I want to thank you.
عفوا عفوا، شكرا جزيلا. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you. I would like to announce that we will have 2 round tables after these sessions. If you would like to join, you can ask a volunteer to help at the gate as you're going out. سيكون لدينا جلستين حواريتين في أجنحة الملتقى في الساعة 5. بإمكانكم التوجه إلى باب القاعة وستتم مرافقتكم إلى قاعات الجلسات. We now move into our final panel of the day, revitalizing Iraq's economy and energy infrastructure. We now move into our final panel of the day, revitalizing Iraq's economy and energy infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated as our panel begins very shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome our panelists for revitalizing Iraq's economy and energy infrastructure. Our distinguished guests, please remain patient with us as our other guests are joining very soon. As a reminder, our roundtable discussions are taking place outside after these panels. welcome our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience. This is going to be the end of our plenary session, and this is going to be our last panel of the day, Revitalizing Iraq's Economy and Energy Infrastructure.
Welcome to this afternoon's last panel. So today we'll be talking about revitalizing Iraq's economy and energy infrastructure. Iraq's economy is being reshaped by two major forces: global shifts in the energy sector and renewed efforts to build economic connectivity. This panel focuses on the infrastructures required to support both. Here with me to discuss this vital topic is a distinguished panel of guests. We have the Governor of Basra, Asad al-Thani. We have Dr. Nermeen Maarouf, member of the Finance Committee of Iraq's Council of Representatives, Abdullah Qadi, Press and Petroleum's country chairman for Iraq, and Jared Levy, Director of Research at Iraq Oil Reports. So I think we should just jump right in because we're running slightly behind schedule, so we will be condensing the panel slightly today. So
Can you get the mic a little bit closer because I can barely hear you?
Perennial problem.
No,
Okay,
right.
is this better?
Yeah, that's better for me now. Yeah.
So we'll start with the governor, if you will. So Basra is the core producer of oil in the country, and some of Iraq's biggest fields. Bajaid? Okay. Some of Iraq's biggest fields are in Basra. Basra contributes a tremendous amount to the country's finances, but I often hear when I'm in Basra people complaining about not getting enough services, jobs, infrastructures. How does Basra view the distribution of the finances that it contributes disproportionately to the country's economy? Okay. Basra is the core producer of oil in the country, and some of Iraq's biggest oil fields are in Basra. So Basra contributes a large amount to the country's finances, but often people complain in Basra that they don't have enough economic opportunities. So how do you, as the governor of Basra, and how does Basra view the distribution of wealth in the country and those finances, including the budgetary allocation?
شكرا جزيلا شكرا لدعوتنا لهذا الملتقى ملتقى السليمانية التاسع. هذا السؤال يجب أن يطرح قبل دقائق يعني لأنه كان اللي حاضر نائب رئيس وزراء العراقي لشؤون الطاقة ووزير النفط وإدارة الحقول عبارة عن إدارة اتحادية. لذلك أنه دائما البصرة تحرم من مستحقات أقرت بالدستور ووفق القانون. حقيقة أنه موضوع القانون اللي يقر من البترودولار يجب أن تعطى البصرة حقوقها كما أقرت بالدستور. لاحظنا وإحنا اليوم هنا في إقليم كردستان أنه الحكومة الاتحادية تسعى دائما لحلحلة المشاكل لحصلة مع
especially the problem were occurred with the Kurdistan region and the Natural Resource Ministry is very good, but we have to work so hard to find the solution for all issues and problems, and we have to consider the rights of the people of all governorated provinces, because as you mentioned, Basra is the biggest producer of oil and the most important exporters of oil of Iraq, and contains so many refinery, and there was a mention of different names like Total Company and the gas and extraction of gas. The contract we signed with them to do investment through this forum. And my message to the federal government and all officials, they should work hard to do a good job according to the law to give the rights to the people of Basra. So all government should be working so hard, commit to give the right to people of Basra. The entitlement of Basra province, according to institutions and law, is about $42 billion. So it is our quest, and we were not receiving this right and so far. طيب أوجه إليك سؤالا آخر. في الجلسة السابقة تم سؤال وزير النفط سؤالا حول الأوضاع الحالية في محافظة المصرة، خاصة في الفصل الصيف القادم. برأيك ما هي الحلول التي يمكن إيجادها لحل مشكلة الكهرباء وتوليد الطاقة الكهربائية اللازمة لمحافظة المصرة خلال الفترة القادمة؟ The electricity in Basra province, I proudly say, is the best on Iraq, providing electricity in Basra province. Actually, we were working so hard on it to find a proper solution for the problem. We have solved the transportation and distribution issues. Besides that, in the last year, we were producing about around 7,000 megawatt of electricity, and we were able to export it to near province around us. The topic of importing the Iranian gas and halting the importing gas from Iran, maybe it will be effective. It will affect us and maybe affect Baghdad. And we will meet the Ministry of Oil, and before the first session, His Excellency Prime Minister mentioned that maybe Total will produce oil in Baghdad. So we are actually have high hope. We are hoping that we will be able through negotiations between Iran and USA. We hope those negotiations be fruitful for us also, and we hope that effectively, positively Iraq, and we should work to find other alternative to be clarified, especially by making links with other neighbor countries to find a speed alternative, especially with the Gulf states, through the harbors, through ships to get electricity power to increase what we need. And maybe we will be able to work so hard to find a better solution, and working closely. And as we mentioned, the solution starts in Basra and ends with Basra. سؤال للدكتورة نرمين. العراق يعتمد على الغاز الإيراني، ولماذا تعتمدون على الغاز الإيراني؟ وما هي التأثير ذلك، وخاصة الإيرادات التي تم الحصول عليها؟ في البداية شكرا لك.
همو اوی امرو باسکرا لیرا لا پانلکانا و همو او بابلین خواست و هیوا و میدانی کوا باسکرا و پیشتریش لبونکانی ترا که هموی آوات خوازا یا پلانا یا پروژه بو باشتر کردنی گزارانی خلکی عراق و باشتر کردنی روشی آبوری و کمالاتی لم ولاتا ئەگەر بێت و سەیری بکەین بەڕاستی ئەوەندەی کە با بڵین زیاتر لە چوارچێوەیەکی تیۆریایە هەنگاوەکان وەک پێویست لە ڕووی کردداریەوە جێخۆی نەگرتووە. بەداخەوە توانین بڵێن لە ماوەی 20 ساڵی ڕابردووە هێشتا ئێمە لە چوارچێوەی بازنەیەکی داخراوە خولینەوە لە عێراقا وێڕای ئەو بودجە گەورانە و بودجە زەبەلاحانەیە کە بەهۆی داهاتی نەوتی خاوەوە هاتوۆتە عێراقەوە، بەڵام هێشتا توانین بڵێن لە گرفتە سەرەکیەکانی ئابووری ئەم وڵاتە ئەوەیەکەوە لای هەمووتان ئاشکرا هێشتا پەیکەربەندی ئەم وڵاتە اعتیماد دەکاتە سەر فرۆشتنی نەوتی خاو کە توانین بڵێن ڕێژەی لە سەتا ڕەنگە 60 ناتیجی مەحەلی پێگەهێنێ و دەسەتا زیاتر لە توانین بڵێن لە 98 بۆ 99 لە هەناردەی نەوتی عێراق پێگەهێنێ یاخود کۆی هەناردە بریتێ لە نەوتی خاو و هەروەها زیاتر لە نەوەتی کۆی داهاتە گشتەکانی بودجە پێگەهێنێ. ئەمە وای کردووە ئەم بارودۆخە جۆرێک لە وەکوتم لە بازنەیەکی داخراوە لەبەرەوەی کە ئەگەر بێت و سەیری ئەم بڕەپارانە بکەین نەتوانراوە ئاراستەی یاخود فۆرمی ئابووری عێراق گۆڕانکاری بەسەرا بهێنێ. ئەمەش پێمانەڵەیە کە کۆمەڵێک تەحەدیات و ئاڵنگاری هەیە کە بەشێکیان ناوخۆیین بەشێکیشیان دەرەکین، بەڵام لە هەمویان گرنگتر تەحەدیاتە ناوخۆیەکانە کە لە پێش هەمویانەوە توانین وەکوتم بڵێن بنیادی پەیکەربەندی ئابووریە لەگەڵیشە چەند خاڵێکی ترە کەمەوەی بە خێرایی باسی بکەم لەوانە ئەو ژێرخانە ئابووریە کە لە عێراقا بوونی هەیە کە هێشتا توانین لە ژێرخانێکی لاوازە وێرای ئەوەی کەوا ساڵانە بڕێک پارە بودجەیەک تەرخانەکرێ بۆ بواری وەبەرهێنا بەڵام نەیتوانیوە گۆڕانکاری بکە لە ژێرخانە لە جۆری ئەو خزمەت گوزاریانەی لە کەرتی کارەبا، لە کەرتی وۆزا و بەشێکی گشتی، لە کەرتی تەندروستی، لە کەرتی گواستنەوە لە هەموو کارتەکانی ترا بتوانێت بگاتە ئاستی تموح و پێداویستی خەڵکی عێراق. ئەمە لە کاتێکایەکێکە لە چالنج یاخوا بڵێ ئەڵنگارە گەورەکان ئەوەیە بەردەوام زیادبوونی خواستە لەسەر ئەم خزمەت گوزاریانە بەهۆی خێرایی گەشەی دانیشتوانەوە کە ڕێژەکەی لە 2.4 بە پێی کۆتا سەرژمێری کە لە عێراق ئەنجام دراوە. ئەمەوە کە هەمیشە خواستێکی کارا هەبێ لەسەر خزمەت گوزاریەکان. لە هەمان کاتشا بینین عێراق یەکێکە لەو چالنجانی کە یاخود ئاڵنگاریان کە ڕوبەڕووی بۆتەوە بەردەوام زیادبوونی ڕێژەی بێکاریە لەگەڵ ڕێژەی هەژاریە کە بەداخەوە توانین بڵێن هەژاری لە 122 تقریبان و بێکاری لە 116. ئەمەش بەهۆی ئەوەیەکەوە کارتی حکوومەت باڵی کێشاوە بەسەر تەواوی توانین بڵێن سێکتەرە ئابووریەکانە ئەگەرچی لە دوای ڕوخانی ڕژێم و ئەو سیستەمە نوێی ئێستا هاتوتە ئاراوە باز لاواکرێک کە سیستمی ئابووری ئەم وڵاتە سیستمی ئابووری ئازادە، بەڵام لە واقعیا ئێمە ئێستا ژەناڵێنین بەهۆی بنەماکانی ئابووری ئیشتراکیەوە کە حکوومەت خۆی قۆرخی هەموو چەمکە ئابوووریەکانی کردو. ئەمە ژوای کردو دەستی کار لە عێراقا بەردەوام چاوی لە دامەزراندنە لە کەرتی حکوومەتەوە بەدوای ئەو دەرفەتەیە ئەگەڕێ و فشارەکانی لەم ئاراستەوە لە پەرلەمان و لە لیژنەی دارایی بە تایبەت لە کاتی گفتوگۆکانی یاسای بودجەیە کە هاتوتە پەرلەمان بۆ زیادکردنی دەرفەتی دامەزراندن لە کەرتی حکوومەتە. خاڵێکی تر کە وای کردو ئەم بارودۆخە بەردەوامی هەبێ بەڕێزان لایەنی یاساییە. زۆرێک لەو یاسایانەی کە ژیانی ئابووری خەڵکی عێراقی ڕێخستۆ هێشتا یاساکانی سەردەمی ڕژێمی پێشوون یاخود ئەو یاسایانەن کە بۆ سیستمێکی ئیشتراکی دامەزراوە گە بێنی سێریکی یاسای باش بکەی، یاسای گومرگ بکەی یان یاسای کەرتی گواستنەوە بکەی کە ئەو یاسایانە هینی سەردەمی ساڵانی هەشتاکانە کە ئێستا بۆ ئەم نموزەجی حکومڕانی لە عێراقا گونجاو نییە بۆ ئەو گۆڕانکاریانەی کە لە کەرتی تەکنۆلۆژیا خود تەکنۆلۆژیا و ئەو کرانەوەی کاتۆتە ئاراوە لەسەر ئاستی جیهان ئەو یاسایانە یاسای کۆنن ناتوانێت ژینگەیەکی وەبەرهێنانی گونجاو بۆ بڕەخسێنێ. ئەمە وێڕای ئەوەیەکەوە لە ناو عێراقایەکێک لە هەرە کێشە سەرەکیەکان کە بەداخەوە وەکو مۆرانە پەیکەری ئەو وڵاتەی داخوراندووە مەسەلەی گەندەڵیە، مەسەلەی لاوازی ئیدارەدانی دامودەزاکانی دەوڵەتە کامەوای کردو تەنانەت ئەو بودجە گەورانەی کە دا ئەندرێ ساڵانە ناتوانێت وەکو خۆی جێبەجێ بکرێ. ئێمە بینیمان ساڵی 2023 نزیکەی 200 تریلیۆن دینار کە بودجێ خەمڵێنراوە بوو تەنها توانراوە توانین لە 175 ئەو بودجەیە جێبەجێ بکرێ. ساڵ پاریش بە هەمان شێوە لە 2024 لە بودجەیەکی زیاتر لە 211 تریلیۆن دینار دیسانەوە 156 تریلیۆنی لێ خەرج کراوە. ئەمە چی ئەسەلمێنێ؟ ئەمەوا سەلمێنە توانای خەرجکردنی بودجەش وەکو خۆی نییە. ئەمە وێڕای ئەوەیەکەوە لە خاڵ یەکەماکە وەکو وتم سەرچاوەی سەرەکی داهاتی ئەم وڵاتە نەوتی خاوە کە ئەمەش ئەیبەستێتەوە بازاڕەکانی جیوانەوە وا کە هەمیشە جۆرێک لە ناڕێکی یاخود لە عەدەم استیقرار هەبێت لە داهاتەکانە کە باڵێک ڕاکێشێ بەسەر پلانە ئابووری سیاسەتە ئابووریەکانە و وێڕای ئەمانە هەمووی خاڵێکی تریشکە گرنگە باسیکەین ئەویش پەیوەندیەکانی نێوان هەرێم و بەغدایە کە توانیم لە ماوەی ساڵانی ڕابردووە بە هاوراز و نشێوی زۆر تێپەڕیوە ئەگەرچی لەم 2 ساڵی ئەخیرە تا ڕادەیەک باشتر بووە بەڵام هێشتا زۆرن ئەو کێشانەی کە لە نێوان هەرێم و بەغدا پێویستی بە چارەسەرە من دەستخۆشیەکەم لە نیەتی هەردوو حکوومەت بۆ کەمکردنەوەی ئەم کێشانە و ڕۆڵی لیژنەی داراییش لێرانەیە کاریگەر بووە لە ماوەی 2 ساڵی ڕابردووە لە دیزاینکردنی بودجە و لە چەسپاندنی بەشێک لە مافەکانی شایستەکانی خەڵکی کوردستان لە ناو یاسای بودجەیە بەڵام هێشتا کۆمەڵێک گرفتی هەڵواسراو ماوە لەوانەیە یاسای نەوت و گازی ئیتیحادی کە تا ئێستا لە دوای با بڵێن نووسینەوەی دەستور نزیکەی 18 ساڵە ئێمە هەشتا چاوەڕوانی ئەو یاساین کە دەربچێت لە عێراق مافی هەرێم و پارێزگاکانی تیاجێگیر بکرێت لە بەرهەمێنان و یاخود لە وەبەرهێنان لە کەرتی نەوت و گازە لە هەمان کاتە ڕێژە و پشکی هەرێمی کوردستان لە بودجە پشتبست بە مادەی 121 دەستور کە بێ بەپێ ڕێژەی دانیشتوان بێ کە ئێمە وەکو کورد هەمیشە سکاڵامان هەیە لەو بڕەپارەیە یاخود لەو پشکەی کە بۆ کورد دیاری کراوە ئەمە بێجگە لەو کێشانەی کە پەیوەندی هەیە بە هەناردەکردنی نەوتی هەرێمەوە لەم ساڵانەی ئەخیرا و کۆتا پرۆژەی حکوومەتی فیدرالیش کە پرۆژێکی استراتیژیە بابەتی ڕێگەی گەشە پێدان کە ئێمە وەکو هەرێمی کوردستان گلەیمان هەیە لەسەرەوەیەکەوە بەو دیزاین و پلانەی کە ئێستا خراوەتەوە و بە شارەکانی هەرێمی کوردستانان ناڕوە ئەمانە کۆمەڵێک ئاڵنگارین کە ڕوبەڕووی ئابووری عێراقە بێتەوانێ وێرە ئاڵنگارێ دەرەکیەکان کە ئەگە دەرفەت بۆ توانین ئاماژە بێت.
But that was a really interesting overview of the challenges you face. But I think something we haven't discussed yet is that oil prices have recently fallen dramatically by about 15%. So there's been talk of a new Iraqi budget being based on a $60 barrel price and not $70. So that will present an additional challenge, certainly for any of the projects that want to be implemented. And it's going to blow the deficit. So given Iraq's continued dependence on this oil revenue, how much of a risk are we talking about if you're having to price, if the barrel stays at $60?
بێگومانێکێک لەو ئاڵنگاریانەی دەرەکیانەی کە پەیوەندی هەیە بە ئایندەی ئابووری عێراق و بەدیهێنانی ئامانجەکان و ئەو پرۆژە و پلانانەی کە ئەمڕۆ برابەردەسانی عێراق باسییان کرد لە دانیشتەکانی ئەم دانیشتنە و یاخود با بڵێن ئەم دیدارە و لە بۆنەکانی ترا مەسەلەی هەڵبەز و دابەزی یاخود ناجێگیری نرخی نەوت لە بازارەکانی جیهانە لەبەرەوەی کە خۆمان باشە زانین کە نەوت وەکو کاڵایەکی استراتیژی هەمیشە خازعە بۆ ئەو کێشە و گۆڕانکاریانە یاخود ئەو گرفتانەی کە لە بینی وڵاتانی دنیا دروستە بێت کە کاریگەر هەیە لەسەر بڕی خواست لەگەڵ خستنە ڕوو ئەم بڕیارانەی لەم دواییە سەرۆکی وڵاتی گرتوەکانی ئەمریکا تایبەت بە فەرزکردنی ڕسومات و گومرگی با بڵێن سەرتاسەری لەسەر وڵاتانی جیهان بە ڕێژەی جیاواز کاریگەریەکی نەرێنی هەبوو لەسەر دابەزینی نرخی نەوتی خاو لە بازارەکانی جیهانە و وێڕای کۆمەڵێ فاکتەری تر لە لیشانە زیادکردنی بڕی خستنە ڕووی نەوت لەلایەن وڵاتانی ئۆپێک و ئۆپێک پڵەس کامانە کاریگەریەکی خراپە کاتە سەر کۆی ئەو داهاتەی کەوا عێراق چاوەڕوانیەکە لە فرۆشتنی نەوتی خاو کە ئێمە لە یاسای بودجەیە لە بودجەی 3 ساڵەیە نرخی خەمبڵێنراو بۆ نەوت لە عێراق بە $70 دیاری کراوە لە کاتێکا ئێستا ما بینین ئەو نرخە لە خوار $60 بۆ ئەو نەوتی عێراق ئەمەش بێگومان ئاڵنگارێکی گەورە تەحەدایکی گەورە دروستەکە بۆی کەوا حکوومەت بتوانێت حەدی ئەدنای خەرجەکانی خۆی دابینکە لە پێش هەمووشیان و بابەتی موچەی فەرمانبەران کە ئەتوانین بڵێن ئەمە هێڵی سوورە و پەیوەندی هەیە بە قوت و بژێوی
This will affect the livelihood of the people. This is one of the challenges that's facing the 2025 budget. We have not yet discussed the budget in Parliament. How can we in the Parliament reduce the risks that we are facing in our budget? Regarding the external challenges that we are facing, this will affect the infrastructure of energy and economy. We only rely on oil as a main revenue. This is a challenge. That is, we need to revise all the energy and economic infrastructure in order to be able to diversify the sources of our revenues. This will partially be related to the legislation and economic policies that we have, and we also need to counter corruption and will affect also the diversification of the budget and GDP of our country, and the performance of the government will finally also be affected. And corruption in Iraq is also a main factor. So the non-oil revenues are very few. We need to increase them. So in addition to that, we also need at the international level to revise our relationship with other international countries, relation with other countries, that the commercial trades that we have with other countries, around 180 billion Iraqi US dollars. So $100 billion is only about the export of oil, and the rest is about the other commodities. This has made that the oil export is becoming the only source of revenue. So this is a kind of imbalances between oil revenues and non-oil revenues. We need to find an equilibrium, a kind of balance between oil and non-oil revenues. And this has affected the local production, the local non-oil exports, and also I do not agree with the decision of President Trump, but on the other hand, if we look at his decision on imposing tariff, the other countries, some countries cannot always be a seller. I always tell my students, if all the countries are selling, then who's the buyer? Who's the buyer? I always tell my students at the university. So we cannot say that Iraq, one of the main challenges is that it only relies on export of oil. So we need to revise and review the policies, the economic policies we have. And we also need to create a kind of cooperation with the real regional cooperation in terms of expenditure and imports and exports, and we cannot put all the burden on Iraq. Thank you so much. Spas, Doctor.
How do you see the long-term outlook for oil prices?
بس نرخي نوت تانكر.
Very well. I have a hearing problem, so
sorry,
can you just raise your voice a bit?
Yes, I'll try not to deafen you. How do you see the long-term outlook for oil prices amid the current global disruption? Again?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
How do you see the long-term outlook for global oil prices given the current disruption globally?
By OPEC?
Sorry?
Are you talking about OPEC?
Just in general, yes. If you wanted.
Very good, very good. Well, thank you so much. Allow me please to address the audience in Arabic, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
في البداية أشكر فخامة الرئيس دكتور برهم صالح على الدعوة، وكذلك صديقي وأخي الدكتور بلال والأخوة الحضور جميعا. واقع الأمر ما تمر به أوبك بلس حاليا حقيقة هو وضع حساس ووضع دقيق جدا. رأينا في الفترة الأخيرة خلال الثلاث أشهر الماضية أن الأسعار كانت مستقرة إلى
recently for 3 months the prices were stable, but when Trump announced his a sudden movement to impose more tariff, actually it was an action and steps led to turbulence, especially those countries that who are relying on producing oil to ensure their budget and revenue. As a country of coals, that relying on oil revenue, OPEC is a main factor and the first one to keeping the oil prices and stabilize the global market because a huge amount of oil selling out through OPEC and the global market. So that's why the balance in OPEC policy, and meanwhile, it's a very sensitive and very important, especially we increased the production of oil. Actually, sometimes maybe I will find that early steps maybe is great motivation, self-sufficiency, and those countries who are rely on oil should know and must know the prices of oil will be unstable, not because of a Trump decision, but because of other different reasons. So that's why we have guarantee ensure as an alternative and find a new way to increase our revenue in those self-sufficient country. On those countries who are relying on oil revenue, my hope for our countries in this area, especially Gulf states, should realize this issue because it has ramifications, serious ramifications. I mean, من وجهة نظر الوزراء ما هي الرؤية من أجل تطوير قطاع الطاقة وهل أنتم واثقون على المشاريع القادمة؟
سؤال حقيقة ممتاز جدا وفي مكانه. الشركات وبالتحديد الشركات العاملة في منطقة الشرق الأوسط.
Those companies that are working in our region, actually it's a very sensitive area and a fragile area due to security and economic and so many reasons, different reason factors. So that's why a long-term investment is sometimes facing so many risks. If there was no factors to make the investor sure and have a full confidence to invest in our country for a long term, not for only a short term. If the investor didn't find an encourageable atmosphere and environment, they will not be ready to work and invest. Recently, in last 2 months, there was a new factor, especially funding. Now the banks actually desire and the readiness to fund oil projects. And that for different reasons we will not be able to mention because of shortness of time. This factor will encourage the companies to come and work, but the environment and the circumstances in our country should be encourageable. Hilal and the Crescent Company work in Kurdistan region, especially in Kormor and Chamchamal field, and science got everything going on in a very good way, and we thank the National Resources Ministry too for their encouragement, especially we have other projects in Basra and Dialan, and we are receiving huge amount of support, and it's a priceless opportunity to thank my colleagues, Mr. Sheikh Asad Allah, for his support in Diyala, especially he's supporting all working companies in Diyala province. We would like to see the companies overcoming all obstacles and challenges, especially in the sensitive stages, to expand their investment, especially in Iraq. As you know, Iraq is a rich country with natural resources. We need only the motivation and encouraging to expand our investment. شكرا جزيلا لكم. هل برأيكم هل تغير يعني العوامل المشجعة للاستثمار في العراق وخاصة فيما حدث مؤخرا؟ شكرا جزيلا لكم، شكرا جزيلا للرئيس برهم صالح، وأيضا شكرا لدكتور بلال لاستضافتي وتوجيه دعوة لي لكي يكون حاضرا في هذا الملتقى. أعتقد يعني أنا أشكر وأقدر.
To get at that question, I think I'll first sort of look at where I've been doing this for a decade with the Iraq Oil Report and several years before that as well, and sort of where have we seen investment in the energy sector, where haven't we, and then I'll kind of get into what the feedback we've gotten over the years from companies about why they may not have invested in a certain project. So I think a good example of somewhere we have seen a lot of real foreign investment is in gas capture. In the governor's province of Basra, we've got Basra Gas Company that has continued to expand over the last several years. We're seeing Total Energies lined up to build another gas hub at Ratawi. We're seeing a Iraqi company, Reben El Safina, doing a gas capture project at Nahr bin Omar. So you've got several significant
investment projects in gas capture and gas for power. And we've also, the CNPC, Chinese national oil companies, doing a similar project in Maesan province. So those projects have sprung up in multiple provinces. At Sarkala in Sulaimani, you've got Agreco, which has built a power plant based on gas capture there. So in Kurdistan as well, we've seen real investment in gas capture from oil fields. Where I think we've seen less action, while there has been in the refining sector, we've seen the Iraqi state put money into state-owned and operated refineries in federal Iraq. A new facility at Karbala, improving the facilities at Basra and Kirkuk so they get a better balance of refined product there. There hasn't been a lot of action in federal Iraq, not necessarily talking about Kurdistan, in investors coming in and building investment refineries, which would take strain off of Iraq's budget in terms of putting money behind these projects. Also, other than Khormor here in Sulaimania and Siba in Basra province, we haven't seen a lot of action of producing gas from gas fields, from non-associated gas fields. So that's been another place, Akas in Anbar, Mansouriya in Diyala. It's been years and years and years without a lot of real traction. So, in terms of the why, we hear a number of different things from companies. So one element is just purely commercial. As the oil minister said in the prior conversation, when some companies have looked at leaving, it's just been weighing their options. Where can I invest my money and my time and our company resources? And if there's more financial upside somewhere else, they may look at that instead of Iraq. So U.S. onshore, Guyana, Namibia, Brazil are all places that companies that have looked at Iraq have sort of weighed the commercial terms in Iraq, weighed the commercial terms in those other markets, and may have decided to put capital and resources in those other markets. Another theme we've heard is lack of continuity from government to government in Iraq. So you'll get a new government in place, and momentum that might have been secured in negotiating a big ticket infrastructure, energy infrastructure project slows down. Now, Lord knows this is not a uniquely Iraqi phenomenon. As any American can tell you right now, continuity of government can be a challenge in the U.S. as well. So this is not a specific knock on Iraq, but it's something that we've heard that having negotiations for a big ticket project survive into a government transition can be a challenge. And related to that is the lack of a national oil company that's inoculated from politics. So Aramco in Saudi Arabia, ADNOC in the UAE, there's no equivalent in Iraq of an entity that isn't subject to sort of the whims of politics. And an entity like that is seen by companies as something that would have a broader picture, holistic energy strategy that would be able to sort of have momentum to push big ticket negotiations irrespective of whether there's a change in government or not. So I think those are the factors that have been cited, those sort of stand out as factors that have been cited in deterring investment. And that's not to say there isn't investment. As we said in the gas capture side, there is a lot of investment, but I think those are some of the factors that have deterred at least some companies from pursuing other projects in Iraq.
I mean, it's impossible to talk about infrastructure without talking about the export pipeline. So Jared, how important is it to resolve that long lingering issue? And what are going to be the takeaways for the industry at large if it is resolved? And I'll add to that, there's also talk of reviving the old ITP to bypass the export pipeline. So how advanced are those discussions, and is it a realistic solution for Baghdad regarding future projects?
Sure. So I think all the relevant stakeholders would agree that reviving northern exports via Ceyhan, whichever pipe is used to get it there, is important. I think one of the challenges is the reason it's important is different for different stakeholders. And you need to sort of get everyone aligned for their different motivations behind a common framework and a common vision to actually unlock those exports. So I think for IOCs, there's no way to monetize the oil they're producing at anything approaching market rates without an export pipeline. It can't be done for a variety of reasons selling it locally. They need the export pipeline to have oil sold at market rates, and their aim is to have invoices paid per their existing contracts. And for that to look favorable, you need the oil sold at something along market rates, which means you need the pipeline open. I think for the KRG, you've gotten a lot of progress over the last year or so on budget implementation, but for the KRG, if the KRG were to receive its full budget allocation as per the budget law, they'd be on better financial footing than they've been on in years. But part of that is this idea of 400,000 barrels per day in oil turned over to SOMO for export. So you need the pipeline open to initiate the full budget, which puts the KRG on stronger financial footing than it's been on recently. And then I think for the central government, resuming exports is important. It's be nice to have a second scalable export route and not be solely reliant on the Gulf. It'd be nice to open up new markets when you've got oil sold on the Mediterranean. I think reinvigorating the oil element of bilateral relations with Turkey is important in the context of trying to push this development road project. And then I also just think asserting oil ministry control over oil marketing has been a long-stated objective, and you need the pipeline open. You need a route to Ceyhan to do that. In terms of rehabilitating or rebuilding the old Iraq side of the ITP as a means of bypassing the KRG export line, I think that sort of in my mind raises this looming date of sometime next year when the ITP agreement between Iraq and Turkey expires. And I think it's a tough sell to put a lot of money into a pipeline, pumping stations, et cetera, when you don't know that you've got a long-term agreement lined up with Ankara to utilize what is now called the ITP in Turkey. So I think, especially when you've got a perfectly functional pipeline going through Kurdistan. So I think that any conversation about investing what might be billions of dollars in reinvigorating that bit of infrastructure in Iraq is wholly contingent on what talks with Turkey look like about what does the pipeline agreement look like after summer 2026.
I've been told to wrap this up by 5:30, so I'm going to throw one more question to Dr. Al-Nadnian. There's been a lot of talk today and in recent weeks and months of potential sanctions on Baghdad from the Trump administration. So I'm wondering, is that something that the government is concerned about? Is that what sort of repercussions would you anticipate if sanctions were to come from Washington? Great. The question is about sanctions from Washington, because there's been a lot of rumors and concerns lately about sanctions possibly coming on Baghdad, including on the energy sector. So is that something that you're planning for? Is that something that's concerning you and the Finance Committee?
بالتأكيد يعني اللجنة المالية خلال الفترة الماضية بهدف تعزيز الإيرادات غير النفطية في الموازنة والتقليل الاعتماد على الإيرادات النفطية في تمويل النفقات العامة سعت خلال الفترة الماضية إلى مراجعة تخمين الإيرادات غير النفطية في دوائر ومؤسسات الحكومة بما فيها الإجراءات المعنية بجباية ومتابعة تقديرات التي خمنت من قبل مؤسسات الدولة والنسبة التي تم يعني الجباية من هذه الإيرادات خاصة في الإيرادات الضريبية والرسوم الجمركية. وتسعى حاليا اللجنة المالية لعقد ورشة متعددة الأطراف لإعداد مقترح تعديل قانون الهيئة العامة لمراقبة وتخمين الإيرادات الاتحادية، وهي هذه هيئة اتحادية معنية بتخمين وعدالة توزيع الإيرادات الاتحادية. فمن ضمن مهام هذه الهيئة أنه يتم تقدير تخمين واقعي أقرب إلى الواقع في الإيرادات العامة
estimating a realistic one, because sometimes we are receiving a budget project estimating the revenue higher than the reality. So that's why sometimes the revenue we approve it on and pass away, we find it as not enough and it's not true and not real. So that's why we are facing a deficit in a budget. So that's why the government will be fought to get more depth. So we try to get a true estimate, especially oil and oil revenue, because oil revenue are known, but unoil revenue actually are unknown because you have international prices. But unoil revenue sometimes it will be hard for us to estimate it, and it's very important to diversify the source of our revenue and to reduce our reliability on oil revenue, and to be sure about the أسألك سؤالا إضافيا، وماذا بشأن العقوبات الاقتصادية إذا ما تم فرض هذه العقوبات؟
It depends. I think that there's any number of manifestations of what sanctions could look like, and I think, if you had narrowly targeted sanctions on a couple individuals or whatever, I think it would have, it might be a couple ticks of sort of deterring new market entrants from coming in, but I don't think it would be too disruptive. If you had some kind of shock blanket sanctions on big elements of Iraq's oil sector, I think it could have a massive impact. So I think it's wholly dependent on what sanctions would look like. The range is virtually no impact to extremely destabilizing, and it just depends on how they would manifest.
Please join me in thanking our panelists for this excellent conversation. I'd like to thank you all for your time. But first, please, the governor would like to say something.
مداخلة بسيطة إذا تسمحين. حقيقة شفت الحوار تركز كأنما إحنا نستخرج نفط ونصدر حتى نروح ندفع رواتب. ماكو حلول للاستثمارات الحقيقية الآن حتى.
Actually, we don't have a real solution for real investment. That's why we thought how to extract oil and how to get new oil companies to Iraq. Those companies are trusting Iraqi institutions, the Iraqi government, especially the relations between Baghdad and Kurdistan region, and to export our oil through pipeline to Jihan Harbor. Actually, those things are not the real way for investment. If we want to take the advantage to use our natural resource, actually we can see we are a failure state. It's a true failure. It's a failure in managing our real resource. Now, so many countries working so hard to invest in oil and gas. Sometimes they are using petrochemical refineries. So far, till now, we didn't mention these kind of projects, especially petrochemical projects that Saudi did these projects. Iran, although it's a sanction, did the same thing. Even in this forum and this session, we didn't mention this topic. And as a state, we have to think about the solution. And there is another important point. We have a national company. No one mentioned it and no one referred to it. And it could be the biggest part of a solution to overcome the Iraqi issues. Even in these sessions, we were talking about the rise of prices of oil and the relation between Baghdad and Kurdistan region, and also the way of talking about the way of development, whether this way is through Kurdistan region, Turkey, Syria, and do we have good relations with Syria or not? Those solutions actually are not a real solution for our issues. We are paying around 90 trillion dinar as a salary to our employees. But now, if we accomplished the project, name it National Oil Company, and if there was a trust and confidence between all province and between Baghdad and Kurdistan region, maybe this company will be one of the biggest company on all over the world. All Iraqi will be able to participate and share in it, and each individual will be able to share. And after that, no one will think about working in the general sector. And this kind of participatory will guarantee a real revenue for all Iraqs.
Well, I would like really to end by saying
actually I would like أريد أن أقول
shared
كلمة
with the,
واحدة. في الماضي عملنا
decision makers here in the
مع
country
متخذي
as
القرار في
advice
هذه
from us as
البلدة
an oil and gas company, private oil and gas
ونصيحة
company.
كشركة.
Very important element for success for investment in such, challenging environments is the separation between the regulator and the regulatee. That sort of conflict between the two sides can create a lot of complexities, a lot of challenges, and in many cases, it will actually prevent and hinder really further investment by the investors because they get confused. The economics of the projects get heavily affected. So my advice really at the end here is really for the decision makers in this country to consider this as really one of the advices that we are willing to give. And some neighboring countries have succeeded in creating that separations between the regulator and the regulatee. And that had proved really to be very successful and it improved their economy tremendously. That's all I want to say as my last word. Thank you so much again.
Thank you very much to all of our distinguished guests.
ما بعد مداخلة أيضا يجب علينا أن ننوع مصادر الدخل بالاستثمارات.
Should diversify our revenue sources. We were talking about diversifying oil revenues. We have so many different areas to work on. Now all Iraqis are actually looking to build a biggest harbor in the Middle East, Foul Harbor. We were working on it for 10 years. So many countries maybe has a smaller harbor, least important. And now those countries are able to get benefit from this harbor. Are we thinking to make a free area for trade and take benefit from other different countries, experience like China, like America, because there are a free area in Emirates in Jordan to make an Iraqi model, appropriate model to motivate investors to work in our area, not as an importer country, but also as an exporter country, to make them trust in our country, especially the investors. Thank you very much. شكرا لكم.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the day one of our plenary sessions. We will now have two panel sessions in the other forum sections. You can head to the hall entrance and you will be escorted to the session rooms. سيكون لدينا جلستين حواريتين في أجنحة الملتقى. بإمكانكم التوجه إلى باب القاعة وستتم مرافقتكم إلى قاعات الجلسات. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to attend the roundtable discussions, you can head to the hall entrance and you will be escorted to the sessions immediately. Thank you everyone for attending.